sweaty. Oh my god, I'm a sweaty mess. Hey guys, what's up? Let me text a couple mods and tell them. Wonder if Mama Mia. Hold on 1 second, guys. I always forget. I forget till I'm up here. Look, I'm all sweaty. So we're gonna do that marathon tonight. I'm just sitting here bored. Don't got nobody to talk to. Said, you know what? Let's do it live. Because I'm sorry, I don't know why I talk like an idiot. Okay. I want to do the NK because I want to refresh and like I was trying to look up. Am I alive? Yeah. I was trying to look up I was trying to like refresh real quick because last night I was busy all night. I couldn't even do anything else. So today I was trying to like look up some stuff and I didn't get to refresh my fear. We'll listen to the interviews. There's like 5, I think, of them. There's one. There's that missing interview with the transcripts. So I actually want to go through all of them in order. And I hope it's okay because I know the first few is not video. They're just audio. But I edited them a while ago when I did the video. So I did put in pictures and stuff. There is stuff to look at least. Because I always try when I do like this audios, I try to put in like visual stuff. Okay. So I think it's important to go in order. And just kind of like hear what she says. Now we heard what Chris says to his cellmate. Okay. We heard. Some of the big takeaways, I think, from the book is he's known her a lot longer than what he's let on. Okay. He admitted it. We've known each other for a while, but then we started talking recently. Now, if we're going to go by what he's been saying, him and NK has been saying for freaking years, well, NK, I guess, disappeared, but what they've been saying this whole time is they just met and started talking. Like they met really soon at work, started flirting, and then have a relationship. What'd they say? Like, she's like, 5 weeks, 6. I mean, that's all they knew each other. That's what their claim is. Now he's like, I've known her for a while, but we just started talking. Liar. Which, like, I mean, I think he meant like they started, in a relationship. They've known each other for a while. So that's one thing. Number 2 is, was he going to meet her that morning? Did he meet her that morning? He said he had plans. He was going to skip work and meet her at their normal rendezvous spot. So they must have a normal spot they go to before work. And they were both going to skip out work and meet each other. Instead, he kills his family and then has to tell her about it. Confides in her. She says, okay, take the kids to work. And whatever, take the kids to work. And then he makes it seem he calls her first. She says that. He comes and meets her in the rendezvous spot. He says, I left Shanann at home, her body. I'll take care of it. I'll have somebody take care of that. Supposedly, she must meet him at Survey. At first, he makes it seem like she killed the kids. Then he makes it seem like she pushed his hand, like manipulated him to kill the kids. Okay. I'm just kind of like reviewing all this book and then we're going to watch it all. And then he says, Shanann, it was basically self-defense. She came at him with a knife. He was going to choose her. He came at her freaking with a knife. He had to stop her, ends up strangling her. She over-medicated Bella. Or Cece, I should say. It must be Cece because she was crying so much. And it was like self-defense. It was an accident. He didn't mean to. NK tells him not to go to the cops. Hold off on going to the cops. This is what's been said. Hold off on going to the cops. Don't go yet. Well, he probably was going to hold off, but he got busted, because of Nicole Atkinson. Good friend and, in her business, like, where's Shanann? She didn't make it to the doctor's appointment. Chris would have probably held off and they probably would have came up with a better plan because, okay, here's my thing. Even if for some reason he's lying and NK didn't know until after, if Nicole Atkinson never like was a friend like she was and knew Shanann's schedule and knew she didn't show up at doctors, he 100% would have told NK. If that's a lie and he didn't tell her yet, he would have told her that day. There's no way he would have confided because he wouldn't have known what to do. And he all he has left is NK. He 100% would have told her. And so let's say either he did tell her or he would have. If he didn't tell her, what the heck would she have said if he told her? I don't think she would have said, go to the cops. I don't know. I think she would have tried to help him cover it up. They would have came up with a better plan, right? Or he did tell her and that's the truth. I don't know. I want to listen to these audios. I want to listen to the interviews again now, knowing this and see if we catch anything now. I did a video actually we could watch after that, maybe some like part 2 or something, because I know these will take a while, where like I should do a new updated one where I picked out like like lies between what Chris was saying and NK was saying, things I caught like from their interviews that didn't match up. And I try to like pick out lies. I wouldn't mind watching that. We probably will find some more too. Anyway, how's everybody? It's hot. Why am I so hot? Okay. All right, let's do this. You guys want to? Yeah, you guys, I have a lot. I was going through to go find some of my old interviews with NK so I could play them. And I was like, oh my God. Like I would start watching one of them and then like I'd find another one and I'd be like, wait, let me hear this. And I couldn't, like I was just jumping from video to video because it's like, I have so much stuff I have to refresh because I was like 4 years ago. I don't remember all the small details. Of course, as I'm talking about them, I'm remembering more because it's so ingrained in me. But like there's still things there's so many little details that I still have to refresh my memory, but we'll start here. You got to start somewhere, right? I can't do it all in one day. But I finally found the discovery. So, I mean, I have all the files. It took me a while because I couldn't find where I put them in my files. It's like, where is it? I went through all my jump drives and here it was in my computer the whole time. So, it's under, wait, I should write that down. Okay. It's under Seagate. I just want to write that down. Because it took me a minute to find those and I want to make sure, because we're going to go through the whole discovery. We are going to go through it eventually because I want to do like a whole overview. It's going to be a bunch of parts. I've been wanting to do this for like a year now, and I just kept getting sidetracked. And what better time, all this new stuff. Okay, Seagate. I just want to. Then I go to Watt info. Hold on. I'm gonna write that down so if I leave it right now, I could find it again. Watt info. Okay. And then Watts Weld County files. Okay. Okay. I should be able to find it now. All right. Let's start with. Okay. Let me see what the date is here. I have them all dated. You did, Mar? I noticed there's a lot of people that came back. It was nice seeing some faces, like people that from the Watts days. And they're like, oh, you come back. It's nice. You know what's crazy, though? I just got 2 of my case files in. I knew this was going to happen. I'm waiting with nothing to do for weeks. Now I just got 2 cases in, like yesterday, and now I want to do the Watts that could take up like a lot of my time. And now but these files that I got, they're old cases, so they could wait. But now I got content galore over here. I got so much stuff. And when it rains, it pours. And then I got another one coming in soon that I already paid for. All right. Let's start this. Let me share my screen. Or actually, I'm going to share it over here. How's everybody doing? Good Saturday. You could tell I'm sweating, huh? All day last night, all day today. It's that time of the month. I know the guys really want to hear that, but hey, us women, we have to suffer. We do, right, women? Every month, we feel like a different person. Hey, Melanie, I actually just started my period. It might be too much information, but just now before the live, I'm like, whoa, that popped up. Didn't realize that was coming. Anyway, but I think that's why I'm sweating. It is. All right, so the first one is going to be, I think, hold on, 813. Or no. Not the 813, sorry. I think the first one is 815. I got 815. Yeah. Nicole. Yeah. Cause it says NK's first interview before Chris confessed. So this, would have been, remember that same day he was in the interrogation room and she was over there talking to them. Not in the room. She was outside in the park or whatever. Remember, she was there. He was in the interrogation room and they were finding out like simultaneously, like she was saying it. Chris was in there taking a polygraph, but this would have been before he confessed. She was talking to them. So that's why I labeled it like that. All right. So let's do this. At 2 a.m. Hi, Elvin. Wait, let me say hi. Hi, Melanie. Hi, Kim. Hi, Jen. Gooch, Soul, Tisha, Mary. Yes, yay. I needed it too. I needed it. just as much as you. Hi, Elvin, Jen. Okay. Here we go. This is my old video, but it's the interview. All right, let me get it to the part I need. My old intro. Oh my god, I used that for like a year or so. It's so silly now, but hey, man, you grow, and you learn what works, what doesn't, as you grow and become a better person, right? And I'm learning. I'm getting better. Stuff that didn't work, I learn and I get better. Stuff that works, I use. All right, let's do this. So here we go. The music is. Oh my god. Okay. It's kind of funny watching my old editing.
Special Agent Philip Jones. Today's date is August 15th, 2018. Interviewing Nicole Kessinger with Mark Blair. Hi.
Probably need to get a little sweetheart out of him, so that's kind of.
What's his name?
Shady right up there. Yeah.
Duke?
He's like that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's down.
Sorry, they're outside the park. It gets better. I should have skipped this, but you can hear them walking. It gets better, I promise.
You do a tinkle, buddy?
Talking unofficial.
Yes.
Good. Thank you, man. So, whatever you feel comfortable talking about.
So I met Chris at work. He's not like one of my direct coworkers. He just like works kind of in passing in the same office building as me. I met him, I don't know, know, probably around the beginning of June, maybe before that. And we kind of talked in passing and then started to get to know each other, and we started hanging out pretty frequently around, I want to say like the last week of June, somewhere around there. And have continued to talk until then.
Yeah.
He informed me that he did have 2 kids. I knew that he had 2 daughters. He also told me that he was currently in the process of a separation from his wife. And so, are there mosquitoes on me? That he was in the process of a separation from his wife, and as far as I knew, that was becoming pretty finalized. And then Monday afternoon, he told me that she was like gone and he didn't know where she was. And at that point, I don't think that it set off any alarms in my head, just because, I mean, I have friends that I text, and if I don't hear from them for like 3 hours or 6 hours or even like a couple days, I don't feel concerned about where they're at, because it's kind of a standard thing for me. But then she didn't come home that night. I was like, okay, well, maybe she'll come back. And I was kind of under the impression, since they're separating, that maybe she decided to take the kids. Maybe she decided to just leave for a few days. I don't know. I was just, I felt like maybe she was just trying to get some space. And I figured maybe that was why she left her stuff there, to just get some quiet. And then yesterday rolled around and she's still not around. And that started to seem really concerning for me, that people still don't know where she is, and they don't know where those little girls are. And at that point, I was like, you know what? I hope something did not happen to her and did not happen to her children. And that was when I decided that it's probably a good idea to just come talk to you guys and just let you know that I've been spending time with Chris, and that's as far as this got. So that's it.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. So prior to June, did you know him? Did you guys have did you know him, any relationship? Didn't know him at all?
No, I didn't know him at all.
You met at work in June?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what's the company you guys both work for?
We both work for, well, I'm a contractor, so technically I don't work for the same company, but we both work for a company called Anadarko Petroleum Corporation. Like, we're in the same building at the same time. So we don't actually like work together. It's literally like I see him in the hallway and passing kind of thing. It's not even.
And then what do you do then? What's your position?
I do human health and safety and environment stuff, so HSE.
Okay. And you're still currently employed there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, so you guys met. Did you start communicating, via email, text, phone messages? How did sort of the relationship develop?
So we started talking through text message and through phone calls.
Okay. Take your time.
That's how it started.
Sure. Okay. And then did your relationship develop beyond friendship?
Yes.
Okay. And then did he say anything to you about where he thought the relationship was going to be going, or what he was hoping for the future?
I think that he was looking for a relationship with me, but I knew that he was in the process of a separation. So for me, I was kind of having a hard time with that, where it's like, because he told me, oh, we're putting the house up for sale. And I told him, I'm not comfortable with considering you my significant other and vice versa while you are still like in the midst of a divorce. Like, I was like, once you and her are finalized with the divorce, I'm like, once you and your kids have your new location that you wanted to move to set up, once all of that is where it needs to be, I'm like, then you and me can talk about, eventually like dating seriously and like building something with each other. But I mean, that was kind of my standstill on that. And, you know, and I feel guilty that I should have like waited to, I guess, like initiate anything that we had together until after this divorce was finalized, as opposed to doing it while they were in the midst of separating. It was like talking about. So,
and this, I mean, it's not uncommon, and it's not. We appreciate you being forthright with us and telling us about this, because it is significant. You know, we're trying to go through everything that we can as far as the investigation right now to figure out what happened or what's happening. So we appreciate you telling us about this. I know it's not an easy thing to do. So can you tell me a little bit more though? So you guys started talking, and then when did it develop into more than just talking, more than just friendship?
it was like the beginning of July.
Yeah, July. And then did you guys continue to see each other up until would it be Monday?
I saw him on Saturday. That was the last time I saw him.
Okay. And then can you walk me through that on Saturday? Like, what did you guys meet and do? What was that?
So when we spent time together, I didn't really like go to his house. Like, we would spend time at my house. He went out to dinner. That's what we did. He said he had a babysitter, and he had to wait for the babysitter. And we met up. I don't even know what time he came over. Probably like 5 or 6. And we tried to go to a restaurant down the street from my house, but I didn't like the menu. So we left, and then we went to another one off of like 144th. It's called the Lazy Dog. And we went up there and we had dinner. And then he came back to my house and hung out with me for probably like 15 minutes. And then he left because he said he had to go relieve the babysitter. So he stayed.
And that was Saturday night?
That was Saturday. That's the last time I saw him.
Okay. And did you guys, was there anything else that you did? Was it just dinner? Did you go anyplace else? Did you visit any other?
No, we just went to dinner. That's one of the only times I've actually ever been out in public with him. But yeah, just dinner.
And so for the most time in the past, whenever you guys were.
That's a lie. I mean, she went to the sand dunes. What was the other one? Oh my God, I can't think of the other one where she went out. Oh, the car museum. She's lying. So remember, this is the first one. She'll change it. She says, first of all, she's only been to his house once, never once changed. I mean, she just keeps changing. And like, as interviews go, you'll see the lies. And that's, I think, why, if this girl is telling the truth, then she has the worst luck, because she's a liar. Like, why is she lying so much then? Like, that's what's like getting me. You know, like, there's so many lies, and I don't understand, why do you need to lie? Is it you're just a pathological liar like Chris, or are you hiding something, and that makes you think you're hiding something? And the fact that she deleted all her texts, like, all of those make you think that. You know, there's no really like hard evidence. I know there's that ping, but I have done like multiple videos on the ping that is the route to her work. I know people argue, but I mean, that is, I used to live out there. I mean, that's one of the common routes. It would ping there. And I know it never pinged there before, but we only have like a month and a half of her pings. So that's not enough. That's not enough for me to be like, yep, she did it. But I want more. But the lies are what makes you think, why is she lying so much? Why'd she delete the text? Like, those things make you wonder. The ping is just, you know, one of the things I need more things to line up, but the lie is yes. And now Chris saying that, I hope Chris can point out, where did they meet up for the run? Oh, it's too late to get freaking surveillance now. See, I was going to say, if he could say where he was and they could go get surveillance, there's no way they have him from like, what, 6 years ago now? There's no way. He waited too late. He could have probably worked out a deal, which I don't want him to work out a deal, but how is he ever going to prove it in the court of law? He waited too late, because now if there's any proof, it's gone.
Together, was at your house, or was it like, going out somewhere?
Typically not. I mean, we've done a few things, but not.
Yeah, no, I know. No.
On Saturday, do you remember what the time frame was?
I think it was probably like 5 to 10-ish, somewhere around there. And I don't even think it was 10. We had to be back by 10. So I think it was a little bit before that. I think it was like 9:30. But somewhere in there. And I remember It might have been like a little after 5 too. All I know is the babysitter was going to get there around that time and he would be back before 10. So give or take drive times in that 5-hour window.
And when he came to your house, so he picked you up at your house?
I don't really like ride in his car. I've been in that white car they have once, but other than that, we take my truck everywhere. Always.
When he came to your house, what vehicle was he driving?
I didn't even pay attention to that, but probably his. I don't think he really takes that APC truck anywhere when he doesn't have to.
Okay, so usually when he comes see you, you the white vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you guys went out, did you take your vehicle to go wherever you were going?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you had dinner. Was there anything else? Any other discussion about anything?
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Did you talk about anything about the relationship with his wife? That come up? Nothing? Nope.
I mean, I've been helping him trying to like find a new spot. So I'm sure we talked about like, hey, because I know we were trying to set up a time this week to go like have him. He was looking for a 2-bedroom apartment. He wanted to get an apartment that was for him and his girls. And so sometimes, I mean, we talk about that recently because he's just like, I got to find a place. And we were supposed to go look at some stuff this week. We were trying to get it set up before all this happened.
Yes.
So, I mean, like a little bit of
Yes.
stuff, but it's never like directly him and his wife. It's typically like, this is what's going on. And it's just like, well, I will give you a helping hand if you're trying to find a spot. Like, I'll look at apartments for you guys. And like, I would tell them, oh, I found an apartment that's like got a pool for your kiddos and it's got a park for your kiddos and it's close to work and close to the gym and and trying to make sure that he got a place that was close to where his ex-wife would be staying so that they were all, essentially located to each other and just really trying to help him to get set up so that he could have a good working relationship with her, with the kids, and then he could be in a location that was like safe and centrally located and good for the kids themselves when he had them. And so that, I mean, just trying to like help him to like transition and then be a good dad and make sure that he was there and do what he needed to do.
Makes sense. And then after Saturday, what was the next time you heard from him?
Oh, I talk to him all the time. He hasn't texted me today because I asked him yesterday not to, but if I was to text him right now, I bet he'd respond in like 5 minutes. And he has no idea that I'm talking to you guys. Nobody does. My dad is the only person that's in on this loop. Like, no one I know knows that I spent time with him. I don't think anybody he knows that I spent time with him. Like, besides the 3 people at this table, it's just him. That knows.
Nobody, no coworkers, no friends,
Nobody.
Okay. You're confident that he didn't say anything to anybody about your relationship?
I'm pretty positive he did not.
Okay.
So.
And then, as far as texts and phone calls since Saturday, has anything been odd to you? Anything that he said or written that strikes you as being strange or not truthful? Or?
Well, so I talked to him on Sunday night, and he was fine on Sunday night. I didn't have any issues with him. And then Monday, I think we shot each other like a couple texts at work, but him and I get real busy, both of us do at work. So it was just kind of like, and it was like just a mundane bullshit conversation, And then Monday afternoon, I came home from work, and I had a friend over at my house who is not involved or knows anything about this at all. But like, I went to meet up with a friend, and then he texted me and told me something along the lines of like, my wife and my kids aren't home. And I was just like, okay. And then
that was on Monday.
It was on Monday.
Do you know what time it was?
Honestly, I'm kind of upset with him right now, just disappointed with him. So I'll talk to him right now. But probably realistically, I'll tell you, it happened like right after I walked in the door to meet up with my friend, and let me see. So Monday, I got off work at 3 p.m. It takes me probably like 40 minutes to get home, and I had just walked in the door. So how about 3:45? That's probably about right.
Okay.
And so he sent that then.
That's hard.
And I was like really confused, but I wasn't concerned at that point because it was just like, you mean she's not home? Like, she at the grocery store? I mean, it was like, all right. I didn't realize like the seriousness of the situation at that point in time. But no, she didn't come home that night. And then I talked to him that night too, and he really didn't seem like. I mean, he was like concerned about his kids, definitely, but he didn't seem like he was at that point worried that something horrible had happened. He was just kind of like, I don't know where they're at. It's stressing me out. And I could hear it in his voice. Like, he sounded kind of scared. Like, he was just worried about them, you know? He's like, I don't know where she is. Like, I don't know why she did her stuff. I mean, so he was worried, but it wasn't, I mean, worried like I think somebody would sound if somebody they loved was not at home, you know? But at the same time, I think at that point, he was convinced, I was convinced that she probably just left the day. Like, I really thought, I was like, you know what? I bet she just needed a break from him and she needs some quiet. She probably took the kids and she'll be back in like a day. That's kind of like how I had it in my head. So,
did he say anything to you about whether anything was missing from the house, not missing, there's signs of anything suspicious? If he just said that she left, or he didn't know where she was?
He didn't know where she was. He didn't say she left. He's just like, I don't know where she's at.
And the kids as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, and I think he sounded genuinely concerned. I mean, those are his kids. And from the impression that I get, he's a great dad. I mean, he's all about them. He loves those little girls. And so, you know, for me, I could tell when I could like hear it in his voice that he sounded concerned. It was just like those little girls, I'm sure, you know, and I think he's just worried about the whole situation. Like, I don't know where else we are at. I don't know why she left.
And then since on Monday, have you spoke to him on the phone, or has it just been text messages or both?
I think I did not talk to him on the phone Tuesday. It was yesterday.
You I'm sorry, you did or you didn't?
I did not. We texted each other yesterday, but there was no like phone conversation yesterday.
Okay. But Monday he was on the phone?
Yeah, at night, like at the end of the night, I talked to him. I just remember being like really tired and I wanted to go to bed, but I was just like trying to make sure he was okay, trying to make sure his family was okay, asking him like if he heard anything.
Long conversation or short?
I think we talked twice. Like, I think we talked a little bit. So much. Like, I honestly, I can't keep track of all of it. But it was probably pretty extended. I mean,
did anything jump out at you in that conversation that was different or that was odd? Did he say anything to you about anything with you and him? Like anything had changed or that anything was different now or nothing at all? Okay, so just seemed concerned and just
yeah, like he was worried. You know, I mean, I was worried too. I just didn't. I thought she just left that day. That's really what I thought. And then again, like yesterday, when she just like didn't come home, I was like, oh, maybe this is like something really serious. And again, I mean, like with my friends, it wouldn't be something that would draw attention if I didn't talk to them immediately. And I knew that they were going through a separation. So the fact that one person is leaving for maybe a day, that doesn't seem out of the ordinary for me, just somebody who wants to leave. The fact that all of her stuff was still there, though, that to me was kind of strange.
And did he tell you about anything that was going on with her, as far as was she seeing anybody, or was there, had she talked about plans of what she was going to do, if she was going to leave, or if she was going to go live someplace else?
As far as I knew, he kept it pretty short and sweet. He was usually like, if she ever came up in conversation, he was very like civil about her. Like, he never had anything like negative or derogatory to say about her. He just told me, you know, we're separating, and this is why, and that was about it. And then when
did he say why? Did he say what what his reason
The
was?
reason was for separating. He just said that they like really didn't connect very well anymore, and I don't know. I think financially they had like different ideas of how they wanted to live their lives. So, I mean, but he never. I mean, just wasn't like negative about her, you know. And it was something that was pretty removed from our what we had going on. So, you know, and I know she's a good mom. So she's a good mom. But no, I mean, nothing.
Did he ever say? Did he say that he wasn't in love with her anymore, or anything like that? No. Okay. Was he in love with you? Did he tell you? Yeah, no, that's good. Were you in love with him?
I think it could have gotten there had things played out like in a decent manner, but they're not because this is a horrible situation and I don't know where she's at, and it's really concerning me that this woman and her children cannot be located. It's not okay. It scares me, and I'm worried for all of them.
Yeah, and we are too, and obviously want to get to the bottom of this. And that's some of the questions that I'm asking you and going to ask are.
Which is a bunch of crap. So the reason I put these pictures of the cards that she wrote to Chris is because she's professing her love. Oh, I love you. She tells him she loves him, and then when they ask, well, it could have got that way. It wasn't yet. Like they weren't as serious. Well, they thought that, I think it was more like a lust, this infatuation, but like in your head, you were pretty obsessed. I mean, you were telling him you love him. You were, upset because you wanted him to pick you over them, which is okay. But like, and you're just playing it off like it's not that big deal. Barely knew each other. We didn't even tell any of my friends about him. No, we weren't to that point where we loved each other. We didn't even go out at all. Yeah, you did. You did go out. You had some trips together. So stop lying.
Just trying to get to the bottom of this.
Understandable.
Yeah. And so when he told you that he was in love with you,
Yeah.
Was that recent? Was that right away? Was that like in July?
It was probably like a couple weeks ago.
Okay. And did he talk about anything on top of it, saying, I'm in love with you now, and that I want to have a life together, and I don't want to be my life?
I mean, yeah, we talk about the future. I think all couples do talk about the future, but it was never like, hey, I'm like leaving her, we're gonna get a house together, you're moving in with me. It was never like this like very forward thing. And and I even told him, I was like, if we're gonna build a relationship, one thing is that if you're getting a divorce, you've been married for a long time, I think it would be wise for you to spend a lot of time on your own. I was like, and I recently got out of a relationship earlier this year, and I think it's also healthy for me to spend time on my own. And I told him, I was like, I respect like monogamy. I don't know if this whole situation, but like,
I do this comparison. We have to play it after this. So I call her out. So the one thing I respect monogamy. Are you kidding me? You're with a guy that is not divorced from his wife. You're trying to beg him to choose you. Of course you don't respect monogamy. Don't lie. I would just be honest. You don't, obviously. Number two, she's talking about like, it's not like we're going to move in together or we're serious. Yeah, you wanted to have his son. You wanted to marry him. You were looking at wedding dresses. Okay. You wanted to have his son. You were talking about moving in. Like, come on. Like, it's just so ridiculous. So how are we supposed to take you serious, NK? Like, you're totally lying. Your first impression is all lies so far. It's ridiculous.
But at the end of the day, it's like you need space. And I would tell him that. It's like, once you guys, all your paperwork's finalized and you guys have decided to separate and you're in your own spot with your kids, I was like, I think the days that you're with your kids, you need to be with them like full time. I'm not ready to meet your children. He didn't even ask me to meet his children. I mean, not yet, but I told him, I was like, in the future, eventually, if we get to that point where we think we're ready, yes, but I'm not ready to meet your kids. They're not ready to meet me. You're not ready to have me meet them. And I would just tell him, I think we should take our time. Like, ideally, I would only like to hang out with you like 2 or 3 days, on the days that you don't have your kids. And I was like, in the rest of those days, I was like, spend time with yourself, man. I was like, you've been in a relationship for a really long time. Like, just spend time, like, doing whatever it is that you do that makes you happy, you know, and really try to, like, take a responsible approach to getting in a relationship with somebody who has children. That is what I did. Should I have waited till he was like officially, completely, 100% on paper divorced and moved out of that house? Yes, that's my mistake. But after that, everything going forward was really just trying to do it in the manner that I felt would be like the healthiest for him, for me, his ex, his children, and his daughter.
And then you already said that you have never met his children. Did you ever meet his wife?
Nope.
Were you ever at his house?
Once.
Once. Okay. When was that?
But it was probably the second week of July.
Second day. Okay. So it was just that one time?
Just once. I had no desire to go over there. I mean, that's like a situation where he's living with somebody that he's separating from. Like, it's not my life. Like, that's their life, you know? And I started telling him, like, the time you spend with me, spend it in my house because this is our space. And that's not my space. And for me, I think it's really disrespectful to go over there. And so we stopped by there once, like on the way to my house. And I was there for maybe like 15 minutes. And I saw a picture of her holding her kid. And she's so beautiful. And I remember thinking, like, God, your little girl is beautiful too. And we laughed. And I remember telling him after that, it was like, have you ever thought about like really trying to fix your marriage with her? And he's like, I don't really want to. And I was just like, man, like, you got a beautiful wife. It's like, she's the mother of 2 of your kids. And I'm just like, you already have all of this stuff. Like, you already have the house and the car and the kids and the marriage and the wife. And I'm like, are you sure you don't want to fix that? I'm like, because what if you like try to start over with somebody else? And like, what if hypothetically, like, we didn't work out, or you know what I'm saying? Or like just any of that, where it's like, you should at least give her the benefit of the doubt. You know, and he told me, like, I've tried to talk to her about all this stuff a few times and it's just not working out. And I'm like, all right, you know, I mean, if you're trying to separate from her and it's pretty finalized, then I will respect that. But I mean, just being in that house made me feel like he should just try to fix it. Like, I actually like kind of stepped away from him for a little while and just kind of like, maybe, I don't know, I felt like I wasn't sure if I wanted to like carry on because I really wanted him to try to fix stuff. And then, you know, he just kind of says to me like, there's no fixing it. So all right, so we just picked up where we left off. But yes, so one time ago.
Okay. And that was in the middle of July.
Yeah, I think it was like the second weekend of July. I'm almost positive.
Was the relationship intimate by that time?
Yes.
It was. Okay. And then as far as his work truck goes, were you ever in his work truck? No.
Just know which one it is, but I've never been in it.
And then I think I asked you this, but the white vehicle. I know he drove that. But were you ever in the white vehicle? One time? Okay. Can you just tell me about that?
I'm trying to figure out where we went. I think it was like something quick. We take my truck everywhere. It was a while ago. I don't remember where it was at. Like, I think it was something quick. Like, I think he had to like run an errand or something at like the grocery store. We just like took his vehicle. But other than that, like, never. I was always in my truck. If I can remember like when that was, I'll let you know. But it like wasn't anything like we were going on a date. It was like nothing. I think it was like a quick trip to go somewhere. And it was just like, hey, I'll drive. Okay.
That's actually going to be another question. Have you guys ever gone on vacation together?
Yep.
Or ever?
We went to the sand dunes. Like, it was pretty recent. It was a couple weeks ago.
How'd that go? And how long the trip was that?
We went for like a day. We left Saturday and came back on Sunday. We stayed one night out there.
And do you think that, or did anybody know that you guys were going on that trip together?
I think a lot of people knew, but they didn't know who it was with.
So on your side or on his?
No, nobody on my side. I mean, people knew I was going to sand dunes, but my friends don't question that. I was just, I'm going to the sand dunes for the weekend. And then, I'm pretty sure I asked him, I was like, does anybody know you're going to sand dunes? And he said yes. But I don't think he told me it was with me. I think he told me it was with some other people. So.
So you're pretty confident that he didn't mention you?
I don't think anybody in his life knows about me. I really don't. Like at all. Like I'd be willing to like say like 100%. I highly doubt anybody knows about me. I just don't see it.
What about social media?
I don't have it.
You don't have any social media?
I have nothing.
So there was no interaction like Facebook Messenger?
Nope. I don't have Facebook. I have nothing. I literally have nothing. I have an email that I use for like general purposes, but we never even emailed. I don't have any social media. I haven't for a long time. I recently deleted my LinkedIn, but that was like, yeah, and I've had Facebook since like 2016. I've never had like Twitter, Instagram, and that stuff. So.
What about mail? Any type of letters, written communications that you like your letters or anything saying?
I got a card from him.
Card? Anything in that is different or stands out?
I mean, it was like kind of sappy, but it was not like anything out of the ordinary for people that are dating. It's a birthday card.
And then I know he was going to the gym and stuff, right? He got into working out.
He was working out of his house.
He worked
The
out.
mosquitoes are bad.
I'm sorry, I got bit here too, so yeah. So we're both getting bit up a little bit. So I obviously you work out. Okay. So did you guys work out together? Yeah. That wasn't the gym.
Nope. I go to my gym and he works out in his basement. He's got like a setup down there.
Did you ever see him at any time or at any place stating that he was angry, threatening, anything that
He is one of the most gentle and kind men I've ever met in my life.
and then any indications that, anything you could think of that would indicate potential or something like that, where sometimes you can be very kind and gentle, you can also have the other side, and you can have a bad temper, nothing like that.
Not at all. No.
Did he ever say to you anything like, I really need this person, or I really have something like that?
Like I said, even if one was never and he's so excited to talk about his kids. They always make me so happy. It's cute. No. But one thing I did want to let you guys know is that I was looking at the news Tuesday. Yeah, yesterday for lunch. And I found out that she is 15 weeks pregnant. I did not know that at all. And I was pretty taken back by that. I just felt kind of like disappointed with him and not with the situation. I mean, if she's pregnant, that's a beautiful thing. But that is information that he definitely withheld from me. So I had to find that out through the media, and I asked him about it yesterday, and he kept telling me, he's like, it's not mine, and he just kept telling me it wasn't his, and he's like, you mad? I was like, no, I'm not mad at all. I just am like really surprised, and I was just like, please tell me the truth. Like, don't lie to me. Please don't lie to me. Like, this whole relationship, in a sense, if you think about it, is kind of like, it needs to be as honest as possible. So, yeah, I asked him to tell me the truth, and he kept denying it a few times, and I was just like, Chris, like, I know this child is yours, and I'm like, well, because he kept saying, he was just like, I don't want to ruin anything we have, this and this, and I'm like, Chris, like, you need to not worry about me right now. Like, what you need to worry about is your family. I'm like, all 4 of them. And I kept saying that, like, all 4 of them. And I'm just like, I know that's your child. I'm like, and that's okay. I'm like, you need to put all of your energy right now into focusing on finding them and not anywhere else. You know, and then he finally came clean and he was like, yeah, it's mine. And I knew. It's like, of course you knew. Like, you know, come on, how would you not know that your wife is like, what is it, 15 weeks, 4 months pregnant? I mean, seriously. So he told me, and I just, I don't know. I've never I have never felt like he's lied to me. I've always felt like he's been pretty upfront with me this entire time. And then after that happened yesterday, between him lying to me or coming clean about lying to me, and then his wife not coming home, I was like, you know what? I wonder if there's more to this story than I know, you know? And it's really hard for me to process this because I think he's a really good guy. And, you know, I'm worried about his wife and kids. Like, really worried about his wife and kids. Like, I don't know where they are. You don't know where they are. Nobody knows where they're at. And it's just freaking me out because those little girls are like, they're so little. And she's pregnant, you know, and it's like, where's their mom? Where are these babies? And it makes me sad. And it's just this whole combination of like, she's still not back. And then him lying to me. And I'm just like, I just felt like I needed to talk to you guys and tell you guys, like, I'm concerned. I'll help you in any way that you guys need help. I don't know.
Well, and that may be something that he asked of you at some point. You know, that there obviously is things that you could help with. I mean, yeah, I don't know how many people he's comfortable speaking with, but as you said in the beginning, if you texted him, you can answer in 5 minutes. So that may be something that we could use some help on.
You guys can keep my name out of the newspapers for a little while. That'd be nice.
Yeah, well, for our report gets internally. We don't turn that over to the news media. So
yeah,
we'll have to see how this case goes in the
oh,
future.
Understood.
But can you now looking back, you know, knowing that he lied to you about his wife being pregnant, is there anything else that you can think of that he lied about?
I mean,
or that now jumps out at you to say, wait a minute, he told me this, but maybe that's not true.
I mean, not really. I still, like, I took everything he said to me at face value. I try to do that for everybody. I mean, unless you guys know something I don't know. But that's, like, the truth that I've been given. So that's, like, what I know, you know? And I don't want to go back and, like, second guess, like, all of that, because to me, it seemed real. It still does. This whole situation doesn't seem real, but at the time it was just like, I'm separating from her, this is what's going on, you know. And he seemed like he was pretty proactive about, you know, like trying to get a new spot and like trying to get everything set up, and I mean, he was all about that, you know. Like, I remember we were talking about it, I was like, because I was like, are you gonna get a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom? And he's like, I want a 2. I'm like, why don't you get a 3? And then each one of your girls can have a room. And he's like, I can't afford that. And I was like, all right. And then he was like, I'm gonna do 2-bedroom. And then I remember telling him, like, oh, me and my sister had bunk beds when we were little kids. It's kind of cool. They might like it. And he was just like, all right, you know. And so I was like, kind of helping him with that. I was like, we'll go find something that'll be good and help you guys out. And then I was like, I don't know. I mean, I really tried to like handle that whole relationship in the most like decent manner that I could, I guess you could say. So
did he ever talk to you about who his closest friends were or confidants, like who his best buddy was?
I mean, I know he has a few. His buddy Mark out in San Diego is a good friend to him. And
do you know his last name? Just Mark and San Diego.
It's just, I don't ask. I have no reason to. And then his buddy Nick, that I know lives somewhere over by me. I'm sure you guys probably already talked to all these people.
There's a lot of people working on this.
I'm sure there is. Yeah, I don't know. That's about it. I mean, I'm sure he's offhandedly mentioned other people, but nothing that's like sparks the memory.
Just as far as you know, those are the names.
I would say that those are probably like his 2 closest buddies.
Did he have a lot of friends?
I don't
Male
know.
and or female?
I think so. I think there was like a lot of like couples that him and his wife hung out with. I think so. He always going to like birthday parties and stuff with his kids, so I assume that's how that went.
Is he an outgoing guy or social, or he's more private type?
I would consider him to be an introvert. I think around me he opened up a little bit more. I think he just felt like he didn't like. It's kind of like a free relationship, or probably because there's no like strings attached. I don't know. Like I'm not gonna judge him, or I don't know if it was because I was like his little secret that he felt like he could trust me with stuff. But I think he was like pretty open with me usually. But I would consider him to be an introvert.
And then how about hobbies or interests? Anything? Cars? That's his thing.
In the gym, cars.
Did the fitness thing, would you consider that to be anything out of the ordinary? You know, some people, they're not in shape, they start to get in shape, and then it becomes an obsession.
No, I don't think
or
he was
just a healthy
No, it was,
physical.
that's exactly what it was. I did not mean to cut you off. I'm
No,
sorry.
no.
No, it was healthy. I think he was in a good spot, and he was working out probably, I don't know, 5 days a week or so. And I knew he ate pretty healthy, and I think he was happy with his fitness level. I wouldn't consider anything like overly by any means. Like most people I know who go to the gym with clean eating and work out 4 or 5 days a week, pretty much like he was. So nothing strange to me.
What about finances? Did you ever mention any kind of financial difficulty?
A little bit.
Was that, the strain of a marriage, or spending too much money, or credit card debt, or what? What do you think then?
He just said when they sold the house, I said, this is when he first started talking about putting the house up for sale. I was like,
But I wanted to mention this, you guys. We should watch. Oh, I forgot I have mascara on. I'm like, why does it feel like there's something in my eye? You know, when you go like this, you can feel it on your eyelashes. I'm like, I forgot I put mascara on. I was about to just push it off. But I forgot about this. We need to do this too, because remember, if he's telling the truth, which I feel like there's been some pieces in the truth of the book, but he says that he left Shanae there. So it would be interesting to watch that morning video and see, like, did he leave her there? Like, you know how we like found a spot where we thought that that's what he was taking her out, right? But then what was he taking out all those times? You know what I'm saying? I know he took the kids out, but I mean, it makes you wonder, did he just left her there, like on the stairs? But then he was so descriptive, explaining how remember her legs and head or whatever was hitting the stairs. Remember how he was taking her downstairs and she was really heavy. Well, I guess he could have still took her downstairs and just left her maybe by the door or something. I don't know. Anyway, I just thought of that. I'm sorry. I wanted to tell you before I forgot. Like we should go through that again sometime too and see.
I was like, moving to another house right away. I was like, you can look, because the Colorado market's pretty high. It was just like, she's like, I think I'm gonna move to an apartment and save up some money. And I was like, don't you like have money in the house? And he's like, let's pay out some debt. And then I'm just
No, there is.
Did he tell you?
Tisha, no, there is. Now, there's none at the time of that morning, unless if they used a burner phone. We're going to go through the phone record because I wanted to go through that again and refresh myself. Well, after this, maybe we'll go through them real quick. But no, before, and then the day, it would be like, remember that text is when he's sitting there and the cops are with him or whatever. So there's a text in the daytime, but a phone call wasn't until that night, that evening or whatever. So like for him to have called her that morning, there's no record on the phone. Like not from what we have. We don't have a record of it, but he did talk to her a couple times after the murder. Yeah. Remember they had that long conversation. They talked a few times. Remember she said like they did that FaceTime. She said, he was acting kind of weird way. I'm trying to think the FaceTime that might have been before, but they definitely talked a couple times after the murder, but not in that morning. That's why they would have had to have a burner phone if he's telling the truth, or he's getting it mixed up and he didn't call them. He didn't call her. He took the kids. This is what could happen. Listen, guys, maybe he took the kids because they were awake. Bella was awake. Cece, he just took them both, right? He was going to meet NK anyway. So he goes and meets her at the place they were going to meet. That's when he tells NK what happened. Then NK says, he might be like, what do I do with the kids? Take the kids to your work. I'll take care of Shanann. I bet you maybe it's like foggy. And he said, I talked to her. Maybe we were like, it wasn't a call. Maybe he just met her. And that's how it happened, right? That's a possibility. And it shows why there was no phone call right there, right? Unless if they did have a burner phone, but they wouldn't have had to have a burner phone. He could have just met her and they could have talked right there, right? Yeah, but the phone records are, unless if their phone records are, but they could have had a burner phone. Remember didn't Chris bring up a burner phone? Remember somebody brought up a burner phone in one of the interrogations. I think it was Chris. Not that he had one, but he said something like, I forget in what context. We got to listen to it. We'll have another night we listen to his interrogations.
No, he told me that the realtor was supposed to come over. Or they had a meeting with the realtor and the house was supposed to go up on Monday. Something to the effect of the house was pretty much supposed to go up for sale.
This past Monday.
He specifically said the house would go for sale one day?
He said it was supposed to. Or I don't know if it was that it was going up for sale or that he was talking to the realtor, but either way, I don't remember exactly what it was. But something to the effect of like, everything was about to like start on Monday with their whole transition. Getting everything finalized. Yeah. And he said that she was the one who found the realtor.
Was there anything else that he said that was significant about Monday? Was he going to move out? Was she going to move out?
No, nothing like that. Nothing like that at all. It was just like we were going to sell the house. And he said that they were both looking for spots. And I was like, well, where's she going to stay? And he's like, because I wanted him to be in close proximity to her after they split so that he was always like a quick drive to the kids. I remember when I was young, my dad and my mom lived really far apart, and like I still saw them both frequently, but it was just kind of like a long drive for everybody. And I think just being that close proximity is like, it's just good. It's healthy for your kids. And so I remember asking him, like, do you know where she's going to stay? And he's like, probably somewhere around this area. And he didn't give me anything exact. And then I asked him again, like recently, because he started getting more serious about trying to find a place. And he was like, I think she's just going to stay in Frederick. And I was like, all right, And then like one time, that first time when I was like, do you know where she's going to stay? And he's like, she's probably going to stay around here. And I'm like, is she going to stay in this house? He's like, she can't afford this house by herself. And I was like, all right. And that was the first time he told me, like, yeah, we're going to put it up for sale. Like, once they could do that.
Did he tell you what she does for a living? How she earns money?
Kind of, sort of. I know she, like, works for some company that does, like, a lot of online stuff. And it's, like, fitness stuff or vitamin stuff. I don't completely know exactly what that is, but I know she has to like network with a lot of people on social media to do it. So I'm not 100% sure what you would call that, which I guess she's like a sales rep, kind of, sort of, would be what it is called. But that's what she does for me.
Gotcha. Okay. How about, did you ever see him with any weapons? Ever carry a knife or a gun, or ever talk about weapons of any kind?
No. And in fact, we even we talk about like current events. Like it's a big thing in my life. And I talk about current events with all of my friends. I asked him one day, like, if you want, I will send you articles. Like I'll read the news and once a week or so I'll find an article that I think is interesting. It's about all sorts of different stuff. And I'll send it to one of my friends and I'll be like, what do you think? And we'll have like debates and discussions about it. And I remember there was one on a shooting that I sent him. And I was like, what do you think? And he even told me, he's like, I don't own guns. I keep them in the house. He's like, I think it's crazy. We work in the oil industry, and a lot of like, they're very red people, and they love guns. He was just talking to me about it. And he's like, I don't understand why some of these people insist on having like, and I know he's referring to like the group that we like work around, not necessarily our coworkers, but just like oil field people. He's like, I don't know why they insist on having like 10 weapons. He's like, why could you possibly need that many guns? It doesn't even make sense to me. He's like, it's not necessary. And then he's just like, I don't keep guns in the house because of my kids. That was weird. So that actually did come up once, but it was like completely because we were having a current event.
Do you know if he was ever in the military?
Not that I know of.
And you know where he's originally from?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Do you ever talk about that?
Yeah.
Upbringing and how that was? Anything significant you remember about that? Anything traumatic? Anything? No, nothing that jumps out.
Mm-mm. His mom and his dad were still married, and he said he was really close with his dad. His dad's really into cars too. So he said that they really relate on that. And he said there just wasn't a lot of opportunity in North Carolina, like with good jobs or anything around where he was at. And, that's when he said some friends moved out here, and him and her came and visited them, and they just really liked it. Thought there was a lot better jobs, and so that's why he moved. No hostility back there.
Good relationship with his family back in
Yeah, definitely. So I know he's got a sister, and she's got 2 kids. So there's that.
Is his sister in North Carolina?
I think so. As far as I know, because I know he went to go visit them recently, and he got to see her. So I don't know if she was out visiting or if she lived there, but I think she lived there.
Did he talk about going back to North Carolina recently?
I know he went. Now back.
All right, so you knew, and did you know who he went with?
He went by himself and met her out there. I know she was already out there.
Okay. Is there anything else you can think of that you think might be pertinent or might be, useful looking into this?
Not really. I mean, I told his name Dave. Dave. Told Dave, like, I think this is information. I don't know if it can help you to solve anything, but it's like I was a big part of his life recently, so I just figured that you guys should be aware of it. Definitely, and I will cooperate with you on anything that you can. And so I asked him yesterday. So yeah, we can add this in there. Asked him yesterday to kind of give me some space, because I'm getting to the point with this situation where I am very concerned for his wife and children, and this whole situation is very unhappy for me, as it is, I'm sure, for everybody else who's involved with this situation. And after finding out oh yeah, and I've also got this child on the way with her, and just wasn't very honest with me, I told him, please give me time to heal, and please give me time to process this. And he's like, are we done? And I told him, I said, no, we're not. Yes, we are, but he doesn't need to know that. I just told him that because I was just trying to find a way to distance myself from him without alerting him that I'm really uncomfortable with everything that's going on right now. I told him numerous times yesterday that I was scared, and I told him that I was scared not because of for my own safety, but I told him I'm scared because I don't know where she's at. I'm scared because I'm scared for them. And then I told him, the fact that you weren't honest with me, I don't feel like I know you as well as I did, and that that's uncomfortable for me too. This whole situation is it's scary. It's not good. So I just asked him if he could give me some space, and then I told him, I was like, when you find your family and they're all right, I was like, then you can go ahead and text me. I was like, but until then, I don't really think it's a good idea for me to talk to you, and that's as far as I've gotten. But I can tell you right now, if I were to text him and just say whatever I needed to say, he would do it. So I don't know, and I even asked him a few times yesterday, is what happened? Where's your family? He's like, I don't know. I don't know. All right.
And when he says he doesn't know, do you believe that?
I mean, I think about this situation, and honestly, I've never seen him be anything but gentle. And I see the way that he he gets so happy when he talks about his kids, and I just, and the fact that he was never ill-mannered, even when he was discussing her, and the fact that they were separating, I always considered him to be a really decent man. So the fact that they're still missing, I mean, I don't really think he would harm them. I don't. I mean, and I think that's also a reason that it took me 2 days to come to you guys, because it was I think she left. I mean, and that's still in the back of my head is a thought where it's maybe she took off. I mean, maybe she did. I mean, like I said, he said that obviously their financial situation wasn't that great. I'm well, maybe she just left because She didn't want to deal with it. Like, if we're over, like, you can deal with it. I don't know. I mean, I've had so many different scenarios running through my head, but I don't think he can do it.
And he didn't indicate to you that she was going to leave. Did he ever say to you, like, one day she's going to be leaving, she's going to be going somewhere?
He told me they had a conversation in the morning, and he told me that she came home like really late, I think, that night. And he told me that when he woke up, he said he was sleeping and when she got back. And when he woke up, there was a text message from her that said, I don't know if it was a text, I don't know. But she just said she asked him to wake her up before he went to work. And I guess he went to wake her up, and she informed him that the child that she was carrying did not belong to him. And I asked him if he believed that, and he said, no, I think she's just saying that out of spite. So I don't know if he's telling me that because he's trying to, like, somehow make me feel better that maybe it's not his kid because he lied to me, or if that, like, legitimately happened. I don't know. But he told me that, and then I guess he said that she was gonna, like, go to some friend's house or something, and I guess he tried to ask her about it a few times and wasn't really getting anything from her, so I think he left. But I don't think it was kids for 3 or 4 days. I think it was like, this is what I'm doing today. I don't know. I'm not really sure.
Did he say if that discussion they had in the morning, if that was contentious, if there was anything said, any direct, threatening or anything that was, significant in that conversation?
Not really, but I mean, I'm sure finding out that the child that your wife is carrying is yours is probably painful, but he didn't express to me that kind of like they were arguing. As far as I know, they didn't even really like argue that much in the first place. They just had different opinions on how to do stuff, and it just wasn't working on the marriage. Like, he was never like, oh, I fight with my wife all the time. Like, that was never, ever anything he ever brought up to me at any point.
Do you think he had any reason to believe that the child wasn't his? I mean, is there a possibility that she was seeing somebody?
I mean, maybe she's at home all day, right? It would probably be pretty easy for her to have an affair. I don't know.
Nothing that he ever mentioned to you?
Prior to that?
Yeah.
No.
He never said, I think she's having an affair, or she's spending too much time with so-and-so.
No, not at all. I don't even think he would notice. I mean, like, realistically, it's like, no one else knew about us. And she's home all day, so that frees up, like, that much more time. So, no. But, I mean, he could have been unaware. But, I mean, he even said, I think she said it out of spite. I don't even think he took that whole situation seriously.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and then he did admit to you that it was his child. He believed it was his child.
Later, because I kept asking him, I'm like, he's like, it's not mine. And I was like, how are you going to tell me that she just told you that she's having an affair, and you tell me you don't believe that she's really having an affair, but that the kid's not yours? And I'm like, it doesn't make sense to me. And I was just like, it's not mine. And that was I thanked him for telling me the truth. I didn't want him to think that I was looking at all this, but I just wanted to take a step back and kind of look at this situation without like any like emotion, like positive emotion that I have attached to him. And like at the end of the day, there's a mother and 2 children, one on the way, like 2.5. That can't be found right now. And it's like, I don't care about anything that's going on with me and him. I don't care about anything that's going on with him and the media. I don't care about any of that. Like, all I care about is helping you guys find this family because
Did you see that he wanted to? There was an interview with him.
Oh, wait, I forget. I missed that. Did she say that? I forget. Does she say that? How long ago? Stella, I could rewind it. Sorry, I was not in chat. I was trying to find the phone records. I finally found the file. Oh my God. I had to go through the whole discovery. And I tried to back when I got them, I tried to go through everything and label what they were so they'd be easier to find because the way they send them, they're just numbers. And I didn't have that labeled exactly. And well, I guess I did have it labeled. Dang it. Why did it take me so long to look? I had to go. Oh, well, I'm an idiot. Anyway, oh, shoot. Hold on. I'm stuck, guys. My page is, it won't let me go, but I could rewind it. It's just, hold on. I can't do anything on this computer.
Most of the stuff that
All right, let me rewind this.
stop it. And now it's just like, I thanked him for telling me the truth. I didn't want him to think that I was like, for all this, but I just wanted to take a step back and just kind of look at this situation without like really like emotion, like positive emotion that I have attached to him, and like at the end of the day, there's a mother and two children, one on the way, like 2.5. That can't be done right now, and it's like I don't care about anything that's going on with me and him. I don't care about anything that's going on with him in the media. I don't care about any of that. Like all I care about is helping you guys find this family because
Did you see that positive? There was an interview with him.
most of the stuff that I saw was like just a photo. It's like a short excerpt, and then today I saw one.
What did you think of that?
When they were interviewing him.
Yeah. Is that the guy you know? So we don't know him, but obviously you do. So when you see somebody, and you see their mannerisms, you know where they're talking. Did that strike you anyway?
I mean, he's kind of got an introverted personality type, so like he's kind of like laid back with things. Anyways, I feel like he's like in shock with all of this. Like, just I told you the night that I talked to him on the phone, like Monday night, like he was calm, but you could just hear it in his voice that he was just like concerned for his kids. Like I could hear it. Like his voice just sounded really good to me. It's kind of similar like that. But it was like you're trying to like hold back the tears kind of thing. Or hold back like when just bawling your eyes out on the phone or in front of a bunch of candles. I don't know. Just
But you think he's kind of an even keel type of guy?
always.
Mild manner.
Always.
So he does not highs and lows. He's not one of these people who gets upset quickly or gets depressed quickly.
No. I mean, and he has moments of like happiness. I mean, of course, I see him. He's like happy and things are going really well. But just in general, I think he's a pretty calm individual.
And again, this is just anything you want to say or anything you think. What do you think happened? Do you have any theories? Do you have any thoughts of what might have
You know how much stuff is right into my head.
I know.
I hate it. I don't even like theorizing. I'm like, I don't know. I really hope. What do I really think? I'm hoping that they have a lot more debt than he let on to. And I'm hoping she didn't want to deal with it and she wanted to legitimately start a new life. And I'm hoping that she just let all that shit. That's what I'm hoping.
Is there anything you want to ask? You good? Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's one of these things too. Is a lot of times what happens is after you have an interview like this, you might start thinking, if he asked me this question or I just thought of something, feel free to give a call because usually people will think of something after the fact. Spending less than an hour at the park, you might think, in July, I remember he said this, or I remember this happened, in early August. If any of that comes to your mind, just reach out to me, call, and we appreciate any insight.
Here
We
we
don't
go.
know what happened. We don't know.
This
I mean,
shit.
it could be a wide range of things at this point. Obviously, our job is to figure out what happened.
Yeah.
And that's what we're going to do. So, the quicker we can get there, though, if there's hope, right? There's always hope that they're okay and we will get them home safely, and it's possible. So our job is to try to resolve this as quickly as possible. There's a whole bunch of us working on this, and we will day and night until we resolve it. So, but in the meantime, you're in a unique position.
I know. That's why them babies, man, the babies, that woman, like that whole situation, like that is, I'm here because of those three and her unborn, but I'm here for those three, but I'm also here because I am in a unique position and I really want to help you guys.
Well, we appreciate that. I think it's obvious. I mean, we can sense, anybody can sense sitting here how that you do care.
Yeah.
And that there's little girls involved, there's babies involved here. And we all want to see them home safe. So again, and you are in a unique position because there's nobody in his life that is in his shoes. So there are certain things that he might say to you that he wouldn't say to somebody else, or there might be something that you could find out about that nobody else could. So we'll have to see how that goes and see how the investigation progresses. So we may reach back out to you, but for now, just my main thing would be is if you hear from him and you think you should tell us about it, please call me. If you think of something else that happened, even if you think, you know what, it's really not that significant, but maybe I should have mentioned it, please call me and tell me. Like every little piece can help. You know, one of the things I'm not even sure that I asked you this, maybe I did, but is there any particular places that you guys ever went that stood out? Did you have a special place that you wanted to go with you to go for a walk or to go, view the sights or anything like that?
Every place that we went was like my idea, and I think all of it was special to him because I really took time to go to places that he would like, but it was all stuff that I did. Every time, like dinner, like went out a couple other times, my idea, like all of it was my idea, all about it.
So he just wanted to spend time with you?
Yes, yeah. I don't think he cared where it was at.
Okay. Well, if something jumps out, if you think about a camping trip or something, and something that was said or something that was somehow significant about that, again, feel free to give a call and let me know. Because again, we just don't know. And it's one of those things where somebody might actually, a neighbor, a coworker, somebody might have a piece of information that makes the difference in the case. So, and you may have that piece of information, you just don't know yet. Obviously, we're going to be interviewing everybody from family, friends, coworkers, right down the line. So we got a lot of work to do, but we really appreciate you reaching out. And hopefully we'll get to the bottom of this quickly.
Where's he at?
Right now, I don't know. I know that he's been interviewed in Frederick by the police there.
No.
And he's probably
first.
Maybe multiple times.
We're going in order. This is our first interview. So, yeah. This is August 15th. So, this is actually the day he confesses. He's in there, getting ready to, do the polygraph and stuff like that. So, this is her first one. I wanted to kind of like go in order. Yeah. So.
And family members as well. I think that he had some friends he was going to stay with. If they wanted to, we wanted to look at the house. So I don't even know if he's gone back to the house or if he's with friends. I honestly don't know. But he may reach out to you. I mean, it's one of these things in a situation like this, you tend to reach out to the people who are closest to you and want to talk about things.
And what am I supposed to do if he does that?
If he does call you, obviously we would like to know anything and everything that he says, because again, he may tell you something that he's not telling us. And also, even something that may seem obvious to you, if he told us something opposite, it's important. So if he said, I'm staying at Joe's house, and he tells you he's staying at Chris's house or Bob's house or wherever, and that's not true, well, then that could be significant. If he tells you that he went someplace and he didn't go there, that could be significant. So even though if you do have contact with him and you think it's just a normal conversation, there could be something that's significant about that.
Do you want me to contact him?
Not yet. That's one of those things.
I don't really want to do that right now.
Right, and we're not going to ask you to do that at this point. I mean, we have a lot of investigative avenues. We have a lot of things that we can do. I know this is difficult for you, and I don't want to make anything more stressful than it already is. So right now, I would just say sit tight. The most valuable thing you can do is just think of anything else that might be useful and let us know. And then if he contacts you, I would say it's okay to hear what he has to say. And if you can let us know what that is, that can be very helpful. One of these things is if something happened that shouldn't have happened, then there's usually a mistake, right? There's usually something that's said or something that's done that comes out. So even things that may seem completely innocent may actually be important.
Is he getting a divorce? Were they separating? I'm just curious.
Well,
I just want to know now because it's like I've been living this whole thing and I'm like, was it a lie? I don't know. Like when I found out that she had a baby on the way, I was like, it made me like wonder. I just don't know.
Well, Joel and I have not talked. I haven't.
Jordan, I mean, he gets arrested after this. He's in the interrogation room, takes the polygraph, fails, then, remember, for hours. He doesn't go home after this. Then he freaking confesses and he goes right to jail. So no, he doesn't try to, well, as far as what we know, he doesn't try to contact her in jail because I don't think he knows how to get a hold of her necessarily. I guess he would know her phone number. But remember, his lawyers tried to. And so, yeah, his lawyers tried to reach out and he didn't have time. No, he was there, and then they took his phone, and didn't they say like his lawyers were trying to find her, and I forget how that went, but something, yeah.
Even seen him other than him being on the news. So I don't know specifics. We probably.
She looks freaky with her eyes.
We're working on this right now. Okay, and it may want to be 150 people by the end of today. So there's different investigators doing different things. So I don't necessarily know what's going on with him. And our focus is just to check all the boxes as quick as possible so we can get all the facts. So I don't know. There are things I don't know if he was really getting divorced, if they were really going to separate, if they were really sell the house. I don't know the answers. So, and we'll find out. Soon. And actually, a good point. Do you have any other questions for us? Is there anything that we could add?
I'm so sad about the situation. I just want them to find all three of them alive and happy and well and everything just be done and everybody to go home.
Well, we greatly appreciate it. I would say thank you very much. Hang in there. I know this isn't easy. This is a difficult situation. So hang in there. If I hear anything, I will reach out to you. Okay? I don't know how quickly that's going to happen. In the meantime, again, feel free to reach out. And if you feel like taking a phone call, you take a phone call. If it's a text message, you can do that. That's up to you. I'm not going to direct you at this time to do anything. But if it comes to that, where we think that might be helpful, then we'll reach back out.
Just me, I would say texting, because it's in writing and you don't have to get personal. But that's just me.
I mean, I asked him to leave me alone. He's pretty respectful of the things that I have to say to him, so I think it's pretty hard for him to have me not talking to him. So at some point, if he caved and he did try to talk to me, it wouldn't surprise me. But if he also respected what I had to say and continued to give me space, I think he would respect that too. I mean, I told him numerous times that day that I was scared, so I don't know. I'm concerned for your family, so I don't know how he interpreted that. But
we'll see as the time goes on. But that's it for now. And again, we'll reach back out to you if need be. One thing actually I did want to ask since you're on the phone again. So the text messages between you and him deleted those?
Yeah, that was yesterday. As soon as I found out, and he was honest with me, we talked a couple more times after that, and I was just like, I don't want you to contact me, and I just wiped him out.
If that's something that became necessary for us to try to retrieve, is that something that would be okay with you?
I'm sure we could work on my phone records, but I use that phone for work, so I'd appreciate it if I could keep this. Is there another way for you guys to go about doing that, through the phone company or something?
So there's special software we can plug your phone into, and even if it's deleted, we can still retrieve the content rather, and then just preserve that and give the phone back. That's the course of action we decide.
So you're not gonna take it from me though, right? Because I just need it for work.
Yeah, no, we don't need to take your phone and then you don't get it back. I mean, there is a process about getting the information from the phone, but we have people who do that. And it wouldn't be a big intrusion, but it just, and you think about this too, right? Because if you think after this interview done, if you think, hey, you know what, that text message that he wrote, that was a little strange. Then maybe we do, we would want to intrude that. But for now, I don't know that it's necessary. But if it becomes necessary, we may come back to you and say, "Hey, can we just take a look at your phone and we'd like to retrieve those text messages."
Understood.
And again, it may not even be the content, it may just be the time and location.
Right.
So.
Well, and I mean, as long as you guys would give it back, I mean, that's my
Sure.
thing. I just need it for work. I don't even pay for it, and it does it, so I can't really just like not have that would be a problem.
Did he have a work phone and a personal phone?
Yeah. Yeah, cool.
Do you have numbers for both?
I mean, I could look up his work phone number on my directory thing for.
Did he contact you on both?
The first couple times that we talked for like a few days, it was on his work phone, but then it shifted to his personal phone. So I was like, I don't want any personal conversations on the work phone because we're pretty separated at work, and I'm trying to keep it that way at work.
Right.
I don't think anybody at work even knows that we like talk. Like we're not affiliated with each other.
Yeah, if we could get both numbers, that would be great, just to make sure that we have them.
I don't know how to do that on here. I think there's like a directory in here somewhere on my thing. How do you?
Smash it? What does it look like? One of those broken screensavers.
We're gonna know how to do that.
Just put a contact section, you dial the phone,
Oh, for the thing.
and you're a little rattled.
Just take your time.
Yeah.
And
That looks like shit. Here, how's that? There you
No, that's not his. That's mine. All it did was connect his contact. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
well,
I'm sure you could get it.
Yeah.
You have his personal cell phone.
Yes, that's what's
Okay.
saved in my phone. I don't have his work phone saved in my phone. I was
And
hoping
I
that I
know-
could look it up on my work directory because it's like linked to my email, I think, but
Well, that's it. We're gonna, actually, can we get that from you, just his personal number? I'm sure we have it already, but can we just get that?
Yeah, just-
And then the work phone, we'll get that from work.
it is
Yeah.
910-309-1702.
Okay.
That's the number that we have.
And then one more question as far as, because I know you were doing the social media thing, but did you have an email address that you guys were in contact? No email?
I think we had like one email, but it wasn't like us talking. It was like I was trying to help them with the equipment that I operate and they use in the field. It's like a gas monitor kind of thing. So just that. It was like a quick talk, but like pretty much everything that we've had has been like on his personal phone. Like I said, it was like one email. I don't even remember exactly what I had to do with the gas monitor. Something was wrong with the gas monitor. So I think he came to me about that. And then I think we talked a few times on his work phone. And then it was like, you know, because at that point it was still professional, but I kind of knew that it was like getting to the point where it was going to be a personal thing. And then this one was like, we should use your phone. Because that's not fair to me. And this is like my work phone and my home phone, but it's mine.
Right.
So I only need one. Yeah. So I mean, any correspondence that would be of like that phone number that I just had.
Okay. Fair enough.
And actually, I don't know what I asked in the beginning, because your full name? I know it's Nikki, but is it Cassie? Well, we came right down once you called.
Yeah.
Kessinger?
Yes.
Yeah. NICHOL?
Yes.
And then your date of birth?
July 3rd, 1988.
That's it. Can you think of anything else?
I think I just gave you guys everything that was on my mind. So
So I did a good job asking you lots of questions.
hopefully I gave you something that
You
you
just want
can
to
use.
accelerate it because of the babies. You know,
Yeah,
for-
definitely.
We don't know them, but if there's somebody out there, as long as you're safe, we're cool with it. But
Yeah.
look, you know,
And that's the main reason we get involved. Anytime there's a missing kid, local agencies can reach out to us for additional manpower, essentially. So I always want to get that resolved as quickly as possible.
absolutely.
Yeah, and that's the key. And I can tell you this, we're doing everything it takes. So
Well, the more clues, the faster it gets. Hopefully,
that's
And
exactly right. The
that's why we
faster
thought we'd
we get through.
do that. So
Right.
No, and I think your information is very helpful. It also gives us a lot of insight too, which is helpful in the investigation. So,
Understood.
all right. Well,
you guys with the local or with the feds?
we're feds. We're both FBI
Okay,
agents.
so you're
We
just
look at it.
helping out with the.
Yeah.
That's a small.
Yeah, Frederick's a smaller PD, and you know, a case like this requires a lot of manpower.
Yeah, I used to do water treatment plants up there in Erie and
Oh yeah.
all of those, and man, there's not enough lot going on in those towns, you know, it's not overcrowded, no traffic, I mean, it's a lot,
There's no corners, people.
Right.
it's a lot smoother way of life, so I couldn't imagine that they would have 50.
No,
Well,
it's
that's
just
what
a
we-
one detective and a few patrol
Yeah,
officers.
so
So,
it's,
That's one of the ways that we can help, just because we have a lot of people and resources.
good. It's good to know.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, I'm sorry about the mosquito bites as well.
Yes.
I know it's,
As long as you got a
seems-
few to
it
go
seems
with
like they're fine, and you and I are getting bit
yeah,
here,
so
so.
that's that.
Being spoiled.
Funny bite.
That's what I thought. I thought my two girls would salt and pepper.
Oh, with this, I might. I forget if the. Is there any? I don't know. I don't think there's much more. I think they're walking back. I think that's what it is. Hi, Duck and Felonies. Sorry, I don't know. I forget if they. I think this is done, guys. Okay. All right, let's. All right, so that was 8:15. So now we'll do, I think, one from 8:16. Sorry, that recording. That was probably the worst recording out of all of them, I would say. I think the rest are, I think, yeah, even the phone calls are much better if I'm remembering right. So, all right, let's see. I'll start it and then well, oh, that's why that light. I was wondering. This light is shining right at me and it's supposed to be shut. Yeah, I was wondering why it was like feeling like, come on. I'm just doing like that. Ugh, okay. All right, so now we're going to go 8:16. Oh my God, I'm an idiot. No. Hold on. Dang it, I forgot to put the the link for that. Hold on a second. I think. Hold on, just give me 1 minute. I'm sorry. I thought I had them all here, but somehow I did it again where I forgot the gosh darn link. I put it and sent it without a freaking link. I'm so stupid. hold on. Can you guys just wait? Because I want to do them in order. Missing interview. Wait, that one was from 8/21, I think. Yeah, because that one was later. Okay, hold on. Dang it. Hold on. Can you guys just give me 1 minute? I'm sorry. Can't believe I freaking sent that without a link. I'm an idiot, guys. I don't talk before I think. I say silly stuff, but that's just me. That's just me. All right, so check second phone. Not that one, not that one. It's probably over here. Shit. So what do you guys think so far? So there's a lot of lies. Actually, you know what I'm going to do real quick? While we're waiting for that, I'm going to look for that 816. Let me play that one where I compared some of the stuff Chris said compared to some of the stuff she said. Let me do that first. And I'm going to do an updated version of that now that I'm like better editor. You know what I'm saying? And I learned you just learn as you go. You get better at what you do. And I am going to play it, but I do, because now that there's like, I could go through all the interviews and do it, but let's do that first, guys. I'm going to find that 816 interview, and then let me find which one real quick. The Chris stories, or I could do the, hold on, which one is this? Oh, I got a couple of them. I have how the text don't match their stories, okay? Or there's one more about the liar. This one. We'll do this one first, okay? And then I'll find the full 816 interview. All right, here we go. Yeah. This one will be better to do first. Okay, you ready? All right, here we go.
Video, I am going to.
Oh my God.
You know, they might both be lying. One thing, the other will say the other, and it just doesn't. There's somebody's lying here. You know, they might both be lying. I'm not sure, but like they just don't line up what each other is saying. And then just some other parts that I find kind of interesting. I just wanted to highlight them and kind of put them back to back so you guys could see, you know, back to back what they each say. So here we go.
So it was probably around June 1st or something. That's when I first met her. And it was just like a work conversation. She messed with the gas meters that, you know, were out in the field. And I was messing up. And then, you know, I took it to her like, hey, you know, what's going on with this? Like, how do I fix it? And, you know, after that, you know, we just ran into each other a few times in the office. And I think it was probably the fourth time meeting. She had asked me, because like when we were talking back and forth, I would say, you know, like we moved here from Colorado or from North Carolina, stuff like that. And then she's like, what's all this weed stuff you come? Like, I took out my phone and showed her a picture, like my girl's on the phone. It's like, oh, okay. Like, so, like, yeah, but, you know, I didn't wear a ring to work because like I said, off so I get refitted, but I lost all that weight.
I met Chris at work. He's not like one of my direct coworkers. He just like works kind of in passing in the same office building as me. I met him, I don't know, probably around the beginning of June, maybe before that. And we kind of talked in passing and then started to get to know each other. And we started hanging out pretty frequently around, I want to say like the last week of June, somewhere around there. And have continued to talk until then. He informed me that he did have 2 kids. I knew that he had 2 daughters. He also told me that he was currently in the process of a separation from his wife. And so, are there mosquitoes? That he was in the process of a separation from his wife, and as far as I knew, that was becoming pretty finalized.
So prior to June, did you know him? Did you guys have any? Did you know him? Any relationship? Didn't know him at all?
No, I didn't know him at all.
Met at work in June.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we started talking through text message and through phone calls.
So after that, she left me alone for a couple days, and she texted me outside the field. And then after that, we just kept texting back and forth, and it was just, it's like she used to work in a little rig out in North Dakota, I think. And we just kind of shared the stories back and forth about what we did and everything. And then one day, it just kind of went to a different level. And then I never thought I would ever go to that level, but she was talking about meeting up after we got back from San Diego. We go to San Diego from the 22nd to the 26th of June, and we met up after we got back. And
how did you guys meet up?
At a park in Thornton. Thornton somewhere.
When you go back to the park, where's the park?
It's like down the street from my house. It's called East Lake Number 3.
Your house?
Yes.
In North Glen?
Yes.
And that was in the June timeframe.
Like the beginning of July. It was like right around my birthday. It's like sometime at the very end of June or the beginning of July.
Okay. And that's the first meeting you had outside of work?
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit more though? So in June, you guys started talking, and then when did it develop into more than just talking, more than just friendship?
It was like the beginning of July.
Yeah, July. Were you ever at his house? Once. Okay. When was that?
But it was probably the second weekend of July.
Second day. Yeah. So it was just that one time?
Just once. I had no desire to go over there. I mean, we stopped by there once, like on the way to my house, and I was there for maybe like 15 minutes, and I saw a picture of her holding her kid, and I said, oh my gosh, she's so beautiful. And I remember thinking, like, God, your little girls are beautiful too. And but yes, so once in a day.
Okay. And that was in the middle of July.
Yeah, I think it was like the second. I think it was the second weekend of July. I'm almost positive.
Was the relationship intimate by that time?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
But during you guys' dating time,
Can I just say, I wanted to say on the first interview, and I know I've talked about this on my channel, like, I think that fight that they got in when she came to his house, I think, she found out, that's when she found out Shania was pregnant. And I feel like a little more came out when the book came out. So like, they talk about that disagreement. Chris talks about it in that Dodge confession. But then when the book, Cheryl and Cato's book, when that came out, it even got more in detail about that specific occurrence, remember? So it talked about she getting so upset. She going upstairs. Remember, she came down the stairs being so upset at Chris, sitting on the couch crying. He said he admitted they talked about the pregnancy. He didn't say that that's when she first found out. I forget how he worded it. I wish I knew exactly. I'll find that page. But basically they talked about the pregnancy. And then remember, she went out and had like what do you call it? Like a moment or whatever. She went out in the car and was crying, and he had to go out and like talk to her. I think that's what she found out she was pregnant, Shania. And she was just like, what the heck? You're with me. You say you're leaving her. She's freaking pregnant. And then remember, she's trying to count the condoms. Remember the whole condom thing that she was like talking about? Oh my Lord. Yeah. Stuff's coming back to my memory as we're watching, like all the stuff. Yeah, there's a lot.
Did you guys spend most of the time at your place?
Always.
Okay, always at your place.
I told, or we'd go out, but
Did you go anyplace else to visit any other?
No, we just went to dinner. That's one of the only times I've actually ever been out in public with him. But yeah, just dinner.
I told Mark yesterday, he asked me if I went over there, and I told him about one time that I went over to that house. I've been to that house twice, but it was very, very brief, and it was not like an extended stay. I did not feel comfortable there, or like, I just didn't want to be there. It's not my life. Like, that is somebody else's life and somebody else's existence, and I respect that. That's their space. And so I used to tell him, well, come to my house because this is our space. This is my space.
So you went to his house on 2 occasions?
Yes.
Was that recent?
No, that was like pretty early into it, and I did not like it and did not want to go back.
Do you recall where the house was?
Yeah, it's like right off the highway in Frederick.
Okay. And you know the streets?
I mean, I'm sure I could figure it out again if I like really had to. Like off the top of my head, no.
Do you know the street name?
No.
Okay.
I would have to like drive around in there to get there.
Okay.
I told him, I was like, like I respect like monogamy.
There are quite a few people who would tell us and who do tell us we need to look into Nikki more, Nikki Kissinger, all the way from the extreme end of things being Nikki's the one who ordered the hit.
She was there hiding in the basement. She was
You know, so the extreme is she's the one who told Chris to do it. She's the real problem. All the way, that's the extreme side, and then all the way to, well, there were these texts where she was infatuated, she was in love, she was saying how good Chris was in the sack. Maybe we should look at her more. You know, what would you say to those people?
You know, she had her moments where I had to talk her like off a ledge kind of deal.
What does that mean?
It's like, I guess after the fact, there was like videos of her that she was like recording herself because she was like bipolar or something. I never knew that. But it's like, and she would get worked up about nothing. She would just like, she came to my house once because I think it was like July 4th. I didn't have to work that day. So I didn't like get up at like, 4 o'clock and go home. And Shannon called me like 10 times in a row. And I didn't hear it because I was sleeping. And I was just like, and she was pissed. Shannon was pissed. And like I called her on outside, like, where are you at? Like, what? Like, I was like, I didn't have to work today. It's like, you called me at like, 5:30. It's like, well, kids want to talk to you at 7:30. I'm like I was sleeping. She's like, screw you, like, I don't know where you're at. And I went back inside, told me, I gotta go. And she was just like, okay, are you coming back? I'm like, probably not.
So wait a minute, you kind of lost me there. Were you at Nikki's place when Shanann called you?
Yeah.
Okay, and so you were sleeping in her bed.
Yeah, because I wasn't going to work that day because I didn't have to that day. It was the first holiday I ever had off.
Yes, I went to the house, and the first time I was there, I hung out in their like front living room. I just sat on the floor, and it was on the 4th of July. It was the morning of the 4th, and I was helping him to set up MyFitnessPal app and like track his food, his calories and stuff, because he does pretty good with the working out and stuff. And he asked me, he's like, can you help me just like get this dialed in? It's like, yeah, I can do that. So that he invited me up to the house, and I was already kind of hesitant to do it because I was like, there are other people that live here, and I just felt like it was an invasion of space. And so I went up there, and we just stayed in that front room, and I helped him out with that, and got him all set up with that. And then, he asked me if I wanted lunch, and he grilled chicken and carrots. And then that's all he had. And I was like, okay. So we ate, and then I left. And then there was another day about, I can give you the date-ish. Let me look at a calendar. I think it was the weekend after my birthday.
Yeah, something I didn't ask you about the house because you've been there twice, and it just made me remember. Do you remember how you guys accessed the house?
That's a good question. So once through the garage, and I think once through the front door. I think the first time was through the front door, I think. And I think the second time was through the garage.
Was there anything unique about either of the doors when you went into the house that might not be typical of another house.
Like a unique door. Like, I
Not
know
the
they have
door
a
itself.
camera on their door.
Okay,
I mean, I know
there's a
that.
camera on the which door?
It's on the front door, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm asking.
I think so.
Okay.
I don't know.
Did he use a key to access the house?
No. He did not. The first time I went over there, he just let me in. And then the second time, did we go through the garage? I don't remember. I've been through his garage before. I went through his front door once, though, because I remember he had just cleaned. It was the first time I went through his front door, because he had just cleaned his carpets, and he had moved all the furniture out of the way, and the furniture was kind of in the way of the door. And he's like, the door doesn't open all the way right now. I'll move all the furniture back when the carpet dries. Yes, I went to the house, and the first time I was there, I hung out in their like front living room. I just sat on the floor, and it was on the 4th of July. It was the morning of the 4th, and I was helping. So I do remember that just kind of offhandedly. And the second time, I want to say we went through his garage, because I remember his garage. I remember, yeah.
So he was at the house when you went there. You were never there by yourself.
He was at,
or
no.
he took you there.
The first time he was already there,
Okay.
and I met up with him. And the second time we went there together.
So the front door, I asked if he had used a key.
He let me in.
Okay. So there's a, those keypads where you can enter an access code. Do you remember seeing that on this door?
I want to say vaguely, but to be honest with you, I don't remember. Like, he let me in that day. That
So
was
he
so
never
long
gave
ago.
he never gave you the code to access his home?
No.
Okay.
Did you and Nikki ever fight?
We never fought, but like I said, I had to like calm her down a bunch of times.
Yeah, you started to mention that when we were talking to you before about her getting upset about some video or something about being bipolar or
Well,
what are you talking about?
I think either my dad told me about that or John Walsh told me about, like, she made a couple videos, like, when she was just, like, talking to herself, saying that she was bipolar or something like that. But a lot of things, like, when she realized that, okay, like, she's the other person in the relationship, that, I always put my wife first over her, and that's what kind of made her take a step back a few times, and then, like, I had to kind of, like, calm her down.
Tell me about those times. What'd that look like?
So the first one was probably around July 4th when I had to leave her house because she wanted to kind of spend most of the day together before she went to like a baseball game or something. And like when I had to leave, it kind of just made her like kind of take a step back and wonder what she was doing. And I just told her like, hey, just because of what's going, like just because I had to leave doesn't mean like you have to just take a step. I was like comforting her at some point. I don't even know why I was doing it. Maybe I knew I was too far gone at that point, but it was.
This is Shannon's pissed. She's called you 10 times. You were sleeping. You had your day off.
Yeah.
And then you go outside to talk to her on the phone and then tell Nikki that you need to go home just in case she calls back and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what did she say to you, Nikki?
She was in the shower and she said, okay. And then that's like, when I talked about like calm her down, she's on the phone. So,
And was she like, we're breaking up, like we're not gonna, I can't do this?
No, she said like she didn't want to, like she didn't think it was safe or it was good for us to see each other anymore that day, like the rest of that day, just because of all that. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. And then she asked me to come over like later on after she got back from her baseball game.
And so you did that?
Mm-hmm. And she now was pissed and kind of pissed Nikki off too that I left. But I think that's when I called Nikki later and she was like, she kind of realized that she'd always be like the second, she said second fiddle, and because that's how I would come back that day. Just I don't want to be anywhere else when Jeanette calls. She was already pissed, so it was stuff like that where she would she would go. She said she would go on like websites and look at like will a relationship work with somebody, like will a mistress work? Will a mistress turn into a relationship?
That's what Nikki was looking at.
Yeah.
She would tell you that, or you
She told
heard
me
that?
that. Okay. Yeah, she said that she would go on websites and look at stuff like that. I was like, why do you even look at stuff like that? She's like, I just want to see what other people have experienced.
But like, so that confuses me though, because I thought earlier you were saying she thought you were heading toward a divorce. So why was she looking at herself as
This was later on.
Oh,
Like, in August, like the first week of August, when I told her, like, I hadn't had that talk with her about separation. That's when, like, she started looking at, like, apartments and stuff. But, like, during our July relationship type thing,
oh, I see.
That's when she was looking up, like, if will it actually work. Like, she told her friend Brittany about it, I guess, and Brittany told her not to do it, but she said she already made a decision.
Did your friends know about him?
Nope.
Why?
Because it's like he's with 2 women right now. They don't need to know about
So
that.
if you had a
I told him, I was like, like I respect like monogamy.
And so, are those people absolutely wrong about thinking she wasn't asking you to get rid of your family? Are you sure? Okay. And no part of any of this was because she put it in your head or asked you to? Or...
No, she never, this whole relationship contributed to it.
Sure.
But she didn't want me to.
I mean, was it ever like, I wish you didn't have kids. I want to have, kids of my own with you. Like,
She never knew if she wanted to have kids, but she said that, at one point she said, I'd like to give you a son.
It wasn't, hey, we should get married, and hey, we should have babies, and hey, I want to live with you, and hey, I need to meet your children now, and let's cut the mom out. It was never like that.
did she know that Shanann was pregnant with a boy?
No.
Did she know Shanann was pregnant?
No.
And why is that? You just didn't tell her?
I didn't know, because we had met.
But Shanann put that on Facebook.
That's
Like, how did she not see
I
that?
don't know. Maybe she didn't. She just waited for me to tell her, or she put it out of her head.
Can I ask you a question? A lot of people think you named Nico after Nikki. So what was that?
Nico was actually a name that Shanann liked.
Shanann thought of that one?
Yeah, I wanted to spell it like N-E-K-O. I thought it was like Nico that way. But she said N-I-C-O. And I thought it was like something like Nico or something. But I guess Nico is more of like an Italian name.
Yeah.
So, and like she should leave for, my middle name, my dad, and all that.
So the second time I went to that house, I'm not sure what day it was, but it was the weekend of the 14th.
Of August?
July. I don't know if it was the 14th or the 15th. One of those 2 days. But we had went out and we stopped there just real quick on the way back. And we were there not very long. But that time I saw a picture of his wife and one of his kids. And I remember thinking to myself, like, wow, she's so beautiful. And I took a step back and I was just like, this man has a gorgeous house. He has beautiful babies. He has a beautiful wife. He has an awesome job. Like, why would he want to leave this? And I remember talking to him about it. And that was the first time that I tried to actually say, what do you think about not separating from your wife? Like, what if you really try to work on this? And he had expressed to me that we've tried to work on this and it's not working. So that is why we're separating. Fix this, find a way to fix this, make it work, and I was like trying to push him to do it. And he seemed pretty reluctant to do it. He didn't want to. And, I don't know, we were still seeing each other fairly frequently, but I kind of backed away so we weren't hanging out quite as much. And we were still close, but it was just I really wanted him to try. I wanted to know that he tried and it didn't work. And then he moved on. I just thought he had a beautiful life going on and he could have made it work. That was the way I looked at it from the outside.
So is this something you reflected on since this event, or was this you?
No, I was doing it then. You
said this doesn't look right.
It just seemed like he had so much going on and it was just beautiful that I was like, why don't you just try this out, and see if you can fix it. And he'd always be like, well, what about us? What about us? I'm like, don't worry about us. That is more important. Try to see if you can salvage whatever it is that you have going on with your wife And you know, I always got the impression that he was a great father to his kids, like always. And so, you know, and I was like, and be the dad that you want to be. I was looking to see if you can make it work. And he went to North Carolina and he was like, I'm going to talk to her when I'm in North Carolina and see if I can get her to do this, to like try to like rekindle the flame.
Okay, so try to salvage his relationship as you've been asking him.
Yes. Okay.
Let's go back to North Carolina.
Okay.
He went to North Carolina and he was trying to rehab his marriage with his wife.
He said
Do you know her name at this point?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay saying her name?
It's Shanann.
All right. And do you know the children's name?
Yes, it's Bella and Celeste.
Okay.
Cece.
She went by, they called her Cece?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So,
Day.
okay.
Yeah, I flew out there and I thought I had like convinced him to like try to make peace with her. And I was like, if you guys work on this, like, I'm out. Because what's the point? Like, I'm not trying to be with somebody that's in another relationship, which I know that sounds silly given the whole relationship that we had in the first place, but I really was under the impression that they were separating. Please go try to fit. And I mean, and that might even be in the text too, where it's like, don't say those words to me and then go try to make peace with your wife and lay in bed with another woman. Like, just don't do that. And I was like, it's not that I don't appreciate what you're saying to me. It's like, it just didn't sit right for me, you know? So I just feel like
almost like an insecurity where you had to say that to you? Or?
I don't know. I think he like, looking back at all this now, I don't think he was trying to fix things with her. So saying I love you to me seemed like probably something that he genuinely meant. Like, I love this woman. And regardless of where he was going to end up that night.
Phone records don't lie. People do.
Can I ask kind of a tough question? Did you love it?
I felt like it was true.
Yeah. I think so too. I think it was the same for her. Okay. Tell us about the time spent with her.
Well, I mean, it felt like it was, you know, I think, like when you said, like more like a shy guy, it's kind of like I've never like been pursued by anybody before. It's kind of like I was the one, you know, trying to pursue. Because like when me and Shanann met, it was like, you know, she was always like pushing me away, kind of like, you know.
It seems to me, and you tell me if I'm wrong, it seems to me like you're attracted to maybe a more dominant personality.
It seemed like it because I'm more of the just reserved. I mean, I just kind of like go with the flow type.
Yeah.
And then like Stan usually made all the decisions. It seemed like so.
I get that. I'm saying.
As far as I've gotten. But I can tell you right now, if I were to text him and just say whatever I needed to say, he would do it.
So then do you call her Nikki or Nicole?
I would call her Nikki. I know there's so many Nikki's and Nicoles in this.
Right.
I got confused.
So we'll call her Nikki. So then Nikki, was it different?
It just seemed like I was more in control, it seemed like, and that never happened. Like, she'd actually like asked me like my opinion on a lot of things and just like what I wanted to do and just kind of like, okay.
That was new, wasn't it?
Very new.
Oh, that's fascinating to me. And so did it feel more like an equal partnership or?
It seemed like it.
Yeah. Okay.
Is there any particular places that you guys ever went that stood out? Did he have a
Oh,
special
Thomas,
place
hey. Hi, Tom.
or a walk or to go, you know?
Do people call you?
Every place that we went was like my idea. And I think all of it was special to him because I really took time to go to places that he would like, but it was all
Okay. Oh, wait. I think I point this out where she says everything I do is my idea. Watch what he says.
stuff that I picked every time. Like dinner is dinner. Like any place we went, like it was something that I picked. It was like, hey, I know you would like this. What do you think? And he was always all about it. But like going camping was my idea. You know, we went out a couple other times. My idea. Like all of it was my idea. He was all about it.
So he just wanted to spend time with you.
Yes. I don't think he cared where it was at.
Okay.
So then when it was date night, Would you guys talk about it? Would you ask to go somewhere? Would she say, I want to go somewhere? Was it too far?
The first time we went out, it was to a movie over at the Orchard, about 44th over there, and I asked her, like, hey, you want to go see this movie? And like, yeah. I'm like, okay, cool. And we got there, it was sold out. And, normally I'd probably just have, just wait 2 hours, like, no, just go home. But now she just wanted to walk around and talk. I'm like, okay.
Oh, wow.
So that was different. And, I think she wanted to go to the car museum, Shelby Museum in Boulder. I've never been there. And
That's right up your alley.
Oh, yeah.
I guess he does say that.
Awesome. Just walk around cars for like.
Wait, so why was I thinking he said something like how she's different than Shanann? Somewhere he says that, where she actually lets him like make choices and lets him talk. And you know what I'm saying? Where I remember I pointed this out. Like, I think she's more dangerous in her manipulation because he thinks he's in control. He's not. You know what I'm saying? He thinks that, like, oh my God, she's let me do this or this, but she's not. I mean, she clearly even is like, you could see the manipulation of what she just said. Like, well, I pick it. And he just loves it because, I know what he likes, but like he's saying, well, I guess she is picking the car museum. He does love cars. The whatchamacallit, sand dunes. He's never been on that, right? Wasn't that her?
And then, drag race in Vandermeer.
Okay.
I haven't been to a drag race since 2008. That was in Charlotte.
Okay.
Like, that was like over there. This, like, the NHRA, the Top Fuel, and fun car stuff, like me and my dad used to grow up. Go there, like, all the time. And then, like, went to camping in Sand Dunes National Park. And I'd never been camping. I always wanted to do it. Thought it was, she's done it like countless times.
Oh, really? Okay. She's outdoorsy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess she, every time like she needed to clear her head, she'd just go by herself, just go somewhere else.
But she's a completely new type of person in a relationship.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What were you thinking this whole time? Like,
in the back of my head, I was just telling myself, what are you doing? Like, every time, I open up my phone, I can see pictures, like, of my wife and my kids. I'm just like, what am I doing? And then, like, every time I was with her, it seemed like I didn't think. It seemed like it was like a blinder that was in my face.
Oh.
And it was, like, every time I look back on it, like, like, I have pictures of my wife and kids and myself. And like every night, or every morning, every night, just, talk to them, say like I have like this book I used to read for CC, and I remember that book, so I read that to them like every night. And like there's some scripture and stuff that I read to them, so I just try to think back, like I wish this never happened. And just like I wish that blinder wasn't on my head, right in my eyes, that would have seen what was going on. Like, I was having, everybody said, oh, you're just out there having fun while your kids, were kids and wife were on vacation. I'm just like, no, it wasn't like that, but it seemed like that's what it looked like when you're going, when you're going to camping, you're going to drag race, going all the other stuff that you have fun doing, but you're with somebody else. It's not your family. It just didn't seem right. And, with her, it just didn't seem like I didn't see that anymore. I was there at her house pretty much every night. So it was like I didn't have that time at home just to really think about anything. Because literally I didn't, like I was only at home from like when I got home from work. I worked out, I ate dinner, and then I went over to her house. Like I never slept in my house like the whole month of July.
Now, talk me through that though. When you said you went home and then you were at her house, was that while Chanel was gone? Oh, okay. So you weren't even at your house.
No.
This all happened so quickly, didn't it?
It was insane quickly. Like I didn't, like she even told me like she was never in like a normal relationship. She would never have somebody over at her house like more than like once or twice a week. But she felt like she wanted me over there. Yeah. She said she felt comfortable over there. Yeah. So it's just like that's what was different. Like she wanted me over there, but. I just wish that all that would just go away. I just wish I almost like I know it's hard. I know it's wrong to say I wish I'd never met somebody, but I wish I'd, maybe met her at work and then just kept it that way.
I think if we had a time machine, I don't think this would happen again. Because some people, when this happens, you're like, well, if it wasn't this time, it would have been next time, or it would have been the next time. It just wouldn't have happened with you, would it? It happened so quickly that you tell me if I'm wrong. You're not the type of guy to take control sometimes when you need to. Yeah, it seems like that's just what happened.
Yeah, I didn't take control of the situation. It's just like the situation controlled me.
Right, it just happened. No, I get that, man. I'm somewhat passive myself, and it's like, there's situations where I'm like, why did I let that keep going?
Yeah, I don't know why. It was like a roller coaster ride that I just kept punching the ticket on and just never picked it up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like, if I never met Nikki, would I ever have, thought our relationship was bad? I would not. That's one thing I always thought about. Like, even Nikki asked me, like, she said, I don't want you to leave your wife just because of me. I'm just like, what do you mean? She said, well, just if you met me, like, would you have known? I'm like, no. So I never thought I would have strayed away from her at all. Like, I've never followed, like, tried to follow anybody, But
I told him, I was like, I respect, like, monogamy.
Was Shanann checking your phone, or
she always had my phone.
she was checking your phone? So how did you get past that?
I used my work phone.
To text. And you had some secret apps, right?
That was on my personal phone.
Were you using anything else to have contact with her?
No, I just texted her with my work phone. And like when Shanann and the kids went to North Carolina, I used my personal phone. And she just told me like to put pictures in an app, and I just found that calculator. I just put, just searched on the app store, like hidden pictures, and this calculator app first popped up.
Like in your iCloud or your whatever isn't linked together, so she would know if you're getting it, downloading apps and stuff like that.
They used to be a long time ago, but when we got different phones, or when our phone contact list we synced up from the cloud and stuff like that, I couldn't have, like, she had like tons of like phone contacts. I just couldn't have all that, but it's still kind of linked up at one point. But as far as like, she asked me to get my own iCloud account, just to kind of speed that up a little bit.
How about your Facebook account? You deleted that at some point. When did you do that? And why?
I think it was, got back August 7th. Went to work. I think it was probably August 8th. That's when I think told me she told her friends about me.
Did your friends know about him?
Nope.
Why?
Because it's like he's with two women right now. They don't need to know about
So
that.
if you had a
I told him, I was like, I respect, like, monogamy.
I had to point out every time she was aware and talked about him being with two women, and the part where she said, I respect monogamy. Like, why even say that? Just don't say that. Like, because you don't have to say you respect it or you don't respect it. Just don't say you do respect it, Are you guys bored with this? I found the 8:16 interview I could play. Well, this is 7 more minutes. I don't know. What do you guys want to do?
phone records don't lie, people do.
And I just figured, they probably looked me up on Facebook and see that she sounds pregnant. If Nikki already knew probably already, but
So he's saying, like, right here, he's claiming that she didn't know, and she probably did know and looked him up on Facebook. But Sherilyn Cadle, if she was being honest, she said he did know that she knew because they talked about it that day at his house when she got upset. Like, remember, she was laying on the couch or something. I got to find that. I got to find that page. Oh, do I have that book? I think I have that book in my drawer. So yeah, it's like all these lies. You're saying this, and then you tell her, Sherilyn, supposedly, that she did know about it, I don't think he could keep. I don't even think he could keep his lies straight in his head. Like as far as like, I think he's mixing up what freaking happened now because he's made so many freaking lies up. Now we're never gonna know the truth because it's only in his head and in case too, I guess, if she was involved. And
I did that.
So what was the second one like?
It was basically about the same thing. She was, I didn't really know it at one point, but I guess she had set up a couple dates with like some eHarmony app or something, and they never showed up. And she'd already made plans with me, and
Wait, what do you mean? She set up dates when she had plans with you?
Yeah.
Why would she do that?
I guess she kind of figured out they weren't going to show up. She went, I guess when she went to the baseball game, they never showed up, and there was another one and never showed up either.
So she's actively dating other people?
I didn't know it until like a couple of weeks later.
How did you find out?
She told me.
What'd she say?
She it was one conversation where I actually kind of fell asleep on the couch, and then like she had told me like I'm not sure why she even told me about it, but it was very random, and she could tell that it kind of like took me back a little bit because I figured she would have told me that if she was actively still like looking around. I mean, she didn't have to tell me, but I figured she.
Do you think she told you though so that it would hurry you up and
make a decision?
You're making a decision.
It might have been, but she never had anybody that's actually tried to like fix things as far as like hey, like I like where we're at as far as like the relationship goes, and actually like I did stuff for her around the house, around her little apartment, and like nobody's ever done that. She thought it was different.
What about our male friend? Where does he stand with her? What's his name?
Jim.
Jim.
Just leave Jim alone. Jim does
at
not need to
some
be wrapped
point-
up in this.
He worked in the oil field, North Dakota, I believe, and I guess he's been a friend of hers for a long time, and it's kind of like a shoulder to cry on. There's always somebody that's always been around for her. And I guess he's had a couple girlfriends, and just I guess he's not hadn't had much luck, I guess, in that department as far as like keeping girlfriends, and just him and Nikki have always been good friends.
Just platonic friends.
That's
as far as you know.
As much as I knew.
Yeah.
But I think they just been friends for a long time, especially up in oil field, North Dakota, or whatever he's working now. I think either Wyoming, they go all over the place.
Just leave Jim alone.
If
Jim does
at
not need to
some
be wrapped
point-
up in this.
What did she know about you? Did she know you're married first?
She did once I showed her the pictures on the phone, on the the home screen picture.
So was your wife in that picture, or was it just your girls?
It was just my girls right there, but my wife was the lock screen.
Oh.
So she knew I was married and my kids. Okay.
I told him, I was like, I respect like monogamy.
Have you talked to her at all? No.
I'm hoping she hasn't written me in a different alias or something. I'm not talking to her that way.
Oh.
And are you not allowed to talk to her?
I would hope that.
Okay. No one told you that then?
No, I mean I would expect I thought like in Colorado it said like a DOC list of if you're on a victim list you can't call anybody.
Oh, right.
But here I'm not sure if that's the same. But I just talked to my sister, parents, some friends of my parents about it.
Do you wish you could talk to her?
Maybe once just to
get some closure.
Just to say hey, just once.
Yeah.
Just to say, I'm sorry this all happened. I'm sorry. I'm not sure, what happened, afterwards, what you went through, if you had, counseling, if you're, different state, if you had to leave everything behind. I just wanted to let you know I'm sorry, and that's not something that was not happening or happening to somebody else either.
Would you be all right if we told her that?
That's fine.
If you want us to, let's not.
And if she would want to even talk to you guys, then I'm not sure if you're cell contact or whatever. I'm sure she'd answer your phone call more than the attorney phone call that she didn't want to call. Answer. Yeah.
Oh, so your attorney tried to call her and she wouldn't answer?
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember her phone number, but after that they figured out, I guess, where she lived. They left a business card there. And she just pretty much after the fifth attempt, she said stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's getting bombarded like everyone else. So
Hopefully it's not nonsense, but
Poor NK.
I'm sure like I just hope she can like I'm not there's like normalcy for her, since she's on the outside, but I'm hoping it can get that way at some point. I'm not sure if she had to leave Colorado or not, but I'm sure like that would have been hard if she did. So I know that DARPA was a dream job, so that's one thing I always like asked my attorneys is like, did she have to leave? Like, did she have to do anything at work? Because that was one thing. She always told me that was her dream job. So,
Oh, really? Yeah. Where'd she need?
Like like in the old company in DARPA was like, I mean, unless you're working for like BP or like kind of Phillips or something.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And DARPA was like in
the big leagues. Yeah.
My name is about to be like slandered for probably a while. I don't know how long it's going to take to heal, but I would not be surprised if it's going to be hard to go out in public sometimes for a couple of years. And that really hurts me. I'm just like, this is a horrible, horrible thing. Like, how dare you, and people aren't going to understand that. They're going to say, oh, you're the woman that had an affair with this man who took out his whole family. And I take a step back and it's just like, I didn't know. Like, it's.
What about that 9 o'clock thing you were telling me on Monday?
Oh, he told me? Oh, yeah. Well, we'll get there. We're still on Sunday.
So we're on Sunday.
We're
gonna get to
this is gonna be a long.
We're gonna get there to Monday. We're getting there. So.
When did Jim come in?
Monday.
Huh.
Jim got here Monday. I'm so hungry.
You should have told me. I would have got you some food. I got food in my car.
It's not staying down. It's just coming.
She hadn't been feeling good. Not because of any, just.
Like, I got sick prior to
Jim.
this. It's just coming.
She hadn't been feeling good. Not because of any, just.
Like, I got sick prior to
Jim.
this whole thing happening, and then I think all of this compounding with the fact that I'm sick, it's just not good. I've not really been eating or sleeping much at all.
Yeah, when did I go over there? Tuesday morning?
Wednesday morning.
Wednesday.
I called you Wednesday morning.
That's when we started discussing you guys need to get everything that I just.
You can understand the importance of.
Oh, no question. We were.
Like I said, people lie. Phone records don't.
And
who's that?
My friend.
So it makes me wonder, what was she going to say Monday? What did I say, Monday morning or whatever? They never get to that. She's like, we'll get to that later. And we're at Sunday now, right? But they never get to that. Because remember her dad brought it up. Well, what about that? You going to tell him that? Then we're stuck. We don't hear what was it that? What were you going to say? And then I don't know if there's anything to that Jim where he starts to say Jim and doesn't she cut him off? And then, she corrects him on that Tuesday morning. It almost sounds like she's mad, like that, like her face. I know we can't see her face. We could hear the audio, but it almost sounds like she's just like, it's probably one of those faces like, no, Tuesday morning, like, like keep it straight. But it might just be because she's correcting him, or it might be because she's like trying to don't say anything. I don't know. What do you guys think? Anything to it?
And Jim. And so Jim came over and I got home. He was there. He had just walked in the door. And I remember briefly after he got there, I checked my texts. I mean, briefly after I met up with Jim, I glanced at my texts. And Chris said something about my family's not home, or my wife and kids aren't home.
What kind of truck do you drive?
I drive a Toyota 4Runner.
Okay.
Alrighty, guys. Let me know what you guys think.
Okay. So that's that. Let's I know it's so tempting to jump to the video interviews, but I still think it's kind of important to play them in order, right? Because we have another 8:16 interview. Now this one, so the first one was 8:15, right? That was the day he confessed. He did the polygraph. She was simultaneously at the park interviewing with them agents. Chris was over there. getting ready for the polygraph, they were talking to her, right? And then they claim, well, I guess it was, but oh well, like the DA's like DA Rourke. Oh well, the mistress helped us. She came forward. No, she didn't help. She came forward because the emails were exposed at work. She was exposed and she knew it. She didn't come forward because she was like, you know what, I'm going to come forward because I want to be honest. She came forward because she didn't want to get in trouble and she knew they knew about her. You know what I'm saying? I kind of do hate how he says that, and he makes it seem like, well, she came forward voluntarily, like on her own. She was going to help. No, she wasn't. She erased all the messages, okay? If they didn't get her emails and her work didn't expose the emails, she would not have came forward. I guarantee she wouldn't have came forward. So I just wish they would say it like it is. Like, it doesn't take like a rocket scientist. I mean, that's not what happened. She didn't voluntarily come forward. She was caught. Yeah, exactly. 100%, Sarah. She had a pity party for herself because she's basically having an affair. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, poor me. I'm not going to be able to go out. What did she say? I'm not going to be able to be in public because, well, I mean, it's true. Like, people are looking for her. She's screwed. She's screwed. Not screwed. I mean, I don't know what I'm saying. But yeah, she's like, people are finding people that they think's her. I just saw, now that I'm like looking into the case again, things are popping up. There was an interview, or I think it was a short or something that I just saw, like, how it shows like the little clip of it as you're like scanning over, and you can see, and it looks like, I don't know if it's her. They think it's NK, and it's like, she's got glasses on, and I don't know. I'm not convinced it's her, but people are finding like kind of random people that kind of look like her. Remember the one that they found the GPS? She was walking her dog. I don't know if it was really her or not, but people were just saying that was like a few years ago. I think that was Armchair Detective that found it. All right, so let's just watch the 8/16 interview. It's audio again. So, and then after that, the next one will be video, I think. Yeah. So this 8/16, oh, I got sidetracked. So the 8/16 is half. Here's the thing with this. Half audio. Wait, this is the one that's half audio. And then the rest of it cuts off. And then later on, I'm pretty sure that it wasn't in the first Discovery. I'm pretty sure it took a while because I had like reordered the Discovery, the files a few different times because they would add things. Like they added all those pictures and that creepy voicemail that couple voicemails she left Chris with that laugh and stuff that was added later. I'm thinking, and if I'm remembering right, this was added later too, the transcripts. So there's a part of the audio cut off, but then in the Discovery, there's the transcripts for it. So it's like you could still see what they talked about, but the audio cut off early. So I don't know. I don't know if that was on purpose or they had some kind of technical difficulty, and then it and then they released the transcripts. I'll let you guys decide what you think. I have no idea, to be honest. All right, hold on one second. All right, let me get it where I need it. Okay, here we go.
With this case involving Chris Watts. And this is Tim Martinez, also an agent at CBI. Sir, if you just introduce yourself.
Dwayne Kessinger. I'm Nicole's father.
Dwayne, what's your birthday?
November 3rd, 1958.
And a home address for you, sir? And a cell phone or a home phone or where? Thank you. And Nicole, can you just introduce yourself for the recording?
Nicole Kessinger. Do you need all the other stuff?
Yes, please.
I live at.
Okay. Can you speak up just a little bit so the recorder? I know you're tired. and you're stressed, and we won't be here any longer than we have to be. You've already had a conversation with people before. You came here on your own free will to talk to us. We picked you up at your request and brought you here. You can get up and leave at any time. You don't have to talk to us. If there's a question you don't want to answer, don't answer it. If you don't want to talk anymore, just tell me I want to leave. And I'm kind of in the way of the door, but you're not being interrogated as a criminal suspect. We're here to understand your relationship with Chris and what you know about Chris and his family, and events relating to Chris Watts. And do you know him as Chris or Christopher?
Either one.
Okay. So the phone number that you reached him on, can you tell me what that number was?
I think I deleted that out of my phone too. I just like cut him out of my life. It's a 910 number. You guys have it.
Well, we gave it to Mark yesterday.
Yeah,
So
I probably
he'll
have it,
have
but
it.
just in case.
I don't have it.
If I recited it to you, would you know it?
Just the first 3 numbers.
But you know it as a 910 number?
Yes, that's what I do know. I mean, that's what I've got.
North Carolina or something.
That's
North
what it
Carolina.
is.
Okay. So let's just start with like a timeline of your getting to know Chris, how you guys met, where you met, all those things. And let's just run. And I'm not going to ask you specific questions unless I think it's necessary. I'll let you just tell me your story. I think it's a little bit easier that way. So I just want to know how you met him, where you met him, how long you guys were dating, and those kind of things initially.
Okay. I think I met him sometime in June, probably early June. It might have been May. It was just talking at work. It was pretty casual. And he didn't have a wedding ring on his finger. And every time I talked to him, he didn't tell me that he was in a relationship. He didn't even mention his kids right away either. And then one day he told me that he had 2 kids. I was like, that's pretty cool. And started telling me about his kids.
That sounded like a sarcastic comment.
No, I thought it was kind of cute. I was like, oh, he's a dad. It was like right around Father's Day too. So whenever that is in June.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I'm not good with holidays.
he told me he had kids, and then it was Father's Day shortly after
Okay.
that. So that's what I do know. And I was like, I thought it was cute. And then he's telling me about him. He's pretty excited about him. And then he mentioned that he did have a significant other. And then he told me that those 2 were in the process of a separation.
Did he mention the children's name or his significant other's name?
I didn't know his significant other's name for a while. And then I think he told me his kids' names pretty quick, but to be honest with you, on an exact date of when that happened, I don't know.
So in May and June, first of all, where do you work?
I work at Anadarko Petroleum Corporation. I'm contracted to Anadarko Petroleum Corporation
Okay, and you work out of an office setting where?
in Platteville, Colorado.
Okay. And Chris also works out of that location, per se.
Yes. He's in the field, but he comes into the office with his team.
So you work, what is your job responsibility?
I do health, safety, and environment.
Okay, so you work in the office and you take care of health safety for, Anadarko is an oil and gas company, right?
Yes.
So you're doing health safety in the office and Chris works in the field
Yes.
as what kind of job does he do?
He's an operator. So I don't know like all of his daily duties, but he's a field operator. So he works with like the oil wells.
So he goes out and does work on those, whatever
Yes.
that work might be. But he comes into the office frequent.
In the
Or-
mornings, his team meets in the mornings. They're not all in there every day. Some days, some of them are in there. Some days, other ones are in there. But in the mornings, typically from like 6:15 to probably 7, somewhere around there.
And is that where you met Chris?
Yes.
Okay. So can you just take us through kind of a little bit of the early part of how he courted you or you courted him? I don't know which one happened. How you guys got to know each other.
I guess we just started talking. He actually, so part of my job is to manage the gas monitors that we have. So Anadarko requires all of their field personnel to carry like gas monitor sensors for toxic gases. And it's my job to control the inventory, any issues, anything like that. And we were having some pretty serious like equipment issues, and we had numerous amounts of people coming in my office one day, and he happened to be one of them. And I'd seen him before, like they meet in the lunchroom, and that's where I go put my lunch in the fridge. So I'd seen him, but I didn't ever like talk to him. So that day we just started talking, and then every time I saw him in the hallway after that, and it was always hit or miss, like it wasn't an everyday thing. It was just when I saw him, we just started talking, and we just kind of had a lot in common and just hit it off. So we'd always have, pretty good conversations. And then I don't know, one day he told me that he had kids and started talking about his kids, and then mentioned, yes, that I have a wife, but we're getting separated. I said, okay. And then
When do you think that was?
when he said all that,
So specifically when he told you he was getting separated from his wife, was that within the first couple of weeks that you knew him, or was that later on? You said you met him around May or June.
yeah, it was still in June.
Okay.
It would have been before Father's Day.
So had you guys ever gone out on any kind of
No.
date at that time? You just
No,
were
no.
conversing at work?
Yeah, that's all it was. And then, I don't know, we started hanging out. We hung out. We went to a park. Hung out at a park.
Let's go back real quick. So why did he tell you that he was getting a divorce? Did he ask you out at that time?
No, he didn't. I think he was probably interested in me. And so he talked to me a couple times via his work phone, and I was like, no. Like, it was still very, like, friendly conversation. But then when I realized, like, this man is interested in me, I'm interested in him, this is personal. So we got away from the Anadarko thing because I really don't want those guys affiliated with any of this. And
So you have a work phone that's specifically,
no, I have one phone that I do both on. He has two phones.
okay, so he had your phone, the 72065.
That's the only number that I roll with all the time.
Okay.
So he has two phones.
All right. One of those owned by Anadarko
Yes,
and one
sir.
personal.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what his Anadarko phone number was?
It's been so long, and I mean, I'm sure I could like look it up, but I tried to look it up for those guys yesterday, and I couldn't find it.
Okay. We can find it. That's okay. Just wondering if you knew it.
But at that point, we just like took it to his phone because I just felt it was like better that way. And we just continued to talk, and then
Let me go back to the park. Where's the park?
it's like down the street from my house. It's called East Lake Number 3.
Your house
Yes.
in Northland?
Yes.
And that was in the June timeframe.
Like the beginning of July. It was like right around my birthday. It's like so sometime at the very end of June or the beginning of July.
Okay. And that's the first meeting you had outside of work?
Yeah.
The basic conversation for a first date?
I mean, we kept it pretty simple, I guess, I don't even remember everything we talked about. We
Sure.
were there for a few hours. But
So if I ask about conversation, what I'm looking for, was he talking about his family during any of these meetings? Those are the kind of, I understand, whatever you guys were talking about, relationship, your life, your interests, those things, that we don't need to know that. What I'm interested in is knowing is when he brings up his children, when he brings up his wife, when he brings up financial information, when he brings up his home, when he brings up anything that may have been, and it's been a few days, so you've had a chance to reflect on some articles that you may have read, and unfortunately, that you're in a situation where somebody has been murdered. And that information, when you look backwards in your memory with the conversations with Chris, anything that he might have said that would be relative to that, and I'm not just, even if one day he was mad and he said, I want to do this or do that, anything like that, if he ever made any kind of statements that you were like, whoa, that was weird. Or why would he say that? Or why did he mention that? Do you understand what I'm
no,
looking
I
for?
completely understand. I just feel like some of this happened so long ago that I can't tell you like the exact words of the exact conversation at the exact time and place, because it's like we had a lot of conversations. I mean, we talked every single day. So it's like I'm trying to help you guys with the stuff, like the stuff that's more current. I can give you guys a lot more like detail and exact times. But when you're asking me about something that happened 6 weeks ago and exactly what was said, it's like, I mean, I'm sure I can give you a general idea, but to be honest with you, like to pinpoint exact words, it's not going to happen.
I'm not looking for exact words, just more, let's say 6 weeks ago, he said something that triggered with you last night. That's what I'd be looking for. Or something 4 weeks ago. And if you don't remember where it was or the specific words, that doesn't matter. Just he said something that was off the wall, or he said this, or he said that has caused you a moment to pause and you go, wow, I wonder why he said that. Now knowing what you know today. Do you understand where I'm going with that?
I completely understand. And to be honest with you, I mean, there were several discussions that we had about his current relationship and where it had gone and what it had caused. And he talked about his kids from time to time. But the thing is he was never hostile. It was never anything aggressive. Like even when he spoke of his wife and the fact that they were separating, it was never like ill. It was still very kind. It was just like, this is not working, and would explain why, but it wasn't anything out of the ordinary or anything that I think would scare me. And to this day, even after everything that I found out, I still look back at that and I don't see any red lights with the way that he spoke of his family.
Can you just describe his overall demeanor over the 8, 10, 12 weeks that you guys knew each other?
It wasn't that long. It was like 6 weeks that we were hanging out. Well, I guess we knew each other longer.
Okay, but you met him in the office, and just his overall persona, was he aggressive? Was he mellow? Was he calm? Was he outspoken? Who was Chris?
I think he's an introvert. I would consider him to be like a pretty, I don't want to say he's a very reserved individual. I think he's probably more reserved around other people. I think he emphasized to me that one of the reasons that he really enjoyed talking to me is because if he felt like he could get out of his shell. He said around most people, he just like didn't really feel the need to like talk and converse. And it wasn't just in his home life, just in general. It wasn't something where he's an introvert. And he said with me, it made him feel like he could really just start talking about things that excited him. And I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that we had things in common. So with me, I think he was a little bit more outgoing, but even then, I would still consider him to be an introvert. I mean, not on the extreme end. If an introvert went to like 1 to 10, I'd put him at like a 4 or a 5. So on the lighter side of introvert.
Pretty even keeled.
Yes, like really relaxed.
See, I think she researched him. She knew about him because the Google searches. I'm still we'll go through that in the discovery. We got a lot to go through. We might not get everything today. Well, of course we won't get everything today, but I think she looked and she was aware of what he liked, right? She searched him out, researched him a little, researched Shanann a little. And then I think she basically is using like his likes and what he likes. So to manipulate him into acting like, oh, she likes all the same stuff as him. So she can manipulate him like, oh, the car show, oh, the sand dunes, oh, I'm sure there's a million other things. And so like, and let me pretend that I'm giving him these choices that Shanann gave him. She probably just like somehow by the questions and like research and saw like what he was lacking from his relationship. And I think even talking to him, like, what is it between you and Shanann that's not working? And made sure she kind of like tried to like give him those. But I feel like in a selfish way, not because she wanted to make him happy. It's because she wanted to have him and freaking manipulate him, control him. And he even said it was like she had me. Wait, how do you say that? She had me on a, oh my God, now I forget what is that phrase he said about she had me on a hook? No, not a hook. I used to know all this stuff. I can't think, but yeah, he even was aware of it. But, sometimes you could be in the middle of being manipulated and you're aware of it, but you just can't help it because they got such a strong hold on you, So yeah. Oh, thank you, fan lady. Oh my God, look at the dog. Is that your dog? Look at his eye. He's got the cutest eye. That face just is so big, it just popped up when I put it on the screen. It was like, woo. Cute. I love doggy. Where's my Zeke? I gotta go get my Zeke. Her spiritual advisor was Aleister Crowley. Yeah, there was something, didn't? What was that about Aleister Crowley? Was that just that Jim was posting stuff about him, or did she say something? I forget the connection with him. I mean, I know who he is, but I forget how it linked to NK. All right, show Sunny. Well, Gypsy Rose. Wait a minute. Hold on. Gypsy Rose? You think that dog looks like Gypsy Rose? Wyatt? Or who said that? Who said that? Where is it? Now I can't find it. Oh, LRL Rose. You think it looks like Gypsy Rose? Oh my God. No, I know. I'm sure she doesn't care. I mean, it's a dog. But I'm confused because I don't see the resemblance. Hold on. I don't see the resemblance. Do you guys? I don't see it. Anyway.
All time. He was never really like worked up about anything. Just
mellow,
chilled,
easygoing guy.
Very much.
Okay. And he was that way with you. Did he ever have any kind of? Did you guys ever have arguments? I mean,
no.
Pretty short relationship. No arguments during that time.
No.
Did he ever lose his temper at any time?
Never.
You guys never had a yelling match?
No.
So you never saw him upset or mad?
No. And there was a couple times that we had some disagreements on things that as we further progress into this story, but it was never like, I am very calm when I talk to people. It's like extremely rational when I handle situations that there's a disagreement in. And he always was the exact same way. Like always.
It's the 3rd. I'm pretty sure it's June. No, I thought it was July. Wait. June or July 3rd? Why was I thinking it was July 3rd? Wasn't it? Duck and Felice? Because she said it earlier, I think, in the first interview, or was it the beginning of this? I think it was the other interview we were listening to. I swear it was July 3rd, though. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe it was June 3rd.
Like I never stressed anything. I think one thing that actually kind of drew me to him was the fact that he was like very open, communicating with me if there were any like differences on how we saw things or just like open-minded about things. It was actually, I personally thought it was kind of unique because usually most of the men that I've ever met are typically very closed off, and I didn't get that from him at all. But it was always like kind, very kind.
So no sense that this guy had a temper or
not at
was aggressive, or he never lost his mind and yelled and said crazy stuff or anything like that. Okay.
No.
So can we just kind of go back to your relationship? You said you guys had a lot in common. What was that?
Oh, I mean, like we were both really into fitness. I think that's important. It's a lifestyle. Both of us ate pretty healthy, so I think that was important as well. He's like a total gearhead. He likes cars a lot, and I don't know nearly as much about them, but it's always been something that I've been pretty interested in. So we definitely talk about stuff like that. And I guess he was always willing to like learn new stuff and vice versa. Like I like to travel a lot. It's not something that he's done a lot, but he seemed like really interested in what I had to share with him and vice versa. So even if it wasn't something that we originally had in common together, it was just like, hey, I respect what you have to say and vice versa.
So you guys yin and yang, you got along pretty well.
Very well.
And no time, he never gave you any indication that
none
that he was having issues. So during your guys' dating time, did you guys spend most of the time at your place?
Always.
Okay, always at your place.
Or we'd go out, but I told Mark yesterday, he asked me if I went over there, and I told him about one time that I went over to that house. I've been to that house twice, but it was very, very brief, and it was not like an extended stay. I did not feel comfortable there, or like, I just didn't want to be there. It's not my life. Like, that is somebody else's life and somebody else's existence, and I respect that. That's their space. And so I used to tell him, well, come to my house because this is our space. This is my space. And so for me, out of respect, just for like whatever situation he had going on and the fact that it's not my home, I felt that it was better to be in my place. And I live alone. I don't have any roommates or anything, so it's pretty easy to do that.
So during June and July, were you aware that his family was not his? Did you meet his children?
Nope.
During
I didn't want
June
to,
and July.
and he didn't ask me to.
Okay.
I mean, not that I didn't want to ever. It was just not now. It's like you're not finalized with your separation, and not only that, we've barely been dating. Like, you can't introduce kids to somebody new in a situation like that. That's something that takes time. I mean, would I have liked to have met them? Of course. That would have been a great honor for me to have somebody introduce their children into my life, but not then. It was something that it was like, okay, well, let's see where we're at in 6 months. Let's see where we're at in a year. And if we're still doing this and you and me are still, happy with where we're at, and you think that this is something that is going to be long-term and is worth bringing your children into the picture, then yes, I would love to meet them. But it's like, not right now. You are still in this situation where you're not even completely out of it, and I'm getting in it, and that's not fair for them. And that was kind of the policy that I had with him, it was just like, yes, but not yet.
So did he ask to introduce you to his children?
Not at that time. I think both him and I were on the same page of eventually, if things went as they should.
I understand you guys' relationship is very new and young.
Yeah.
So although it was short, just laying everything out helps us understand what actually was going on with him. And I might ask you a question and you're going, why the heck would he ask me that? Probably because I have information that I'm not willing to share with you, and I'll tell you that right now. I'm not going to tell you some questions I'm going to ask you. What the heck? I won't share some information with you. Just, it protects you, that it protects our investigation. So if it seems weird, there's a reason I'm asking it.
That's fine.
It's usually relative to what I know. So don't take offense to it. Again, it's just part of what we need to know.
Understood.
So you went to his house on 2 occasions.
Yes.
Was that recent?
No, that was like pretty early into it, and I did not like it and did not want to go back.
Do you recall where the house was?
Yeah, it's like right off the highway in Frederick.
Okay. And you know the streets?
I mean, I'm sure I could figure it out again if I like really had to. Like off the top of my head, no.
Do you know the street name?
No.
Okay.
I would have to like drive around in there to get there.
Okay. Did it look like anybody else lived at that house at that time?
Oh, definitely. Okay. I mean,
so is that what freaked you out?
I mean, he told me that he was living in the basement. And he said, we're separated, but we're not divorced. And we're going to get ready to sell the house. And that was the impression that I was under. And I was under the impression that they were taking everything pretty slow with this, with like getting ready to sell the house. I mean, those are big things. So that's what I was informed. And I mean, if you think about it, this whole thing happened in a 6-week stretch. Like, that's not really that much of a time frame. So in that sense, like, it's believable to me. Yes, I went to the house, and the first time I was there, I hung out in their like front living room. I just sat on the floor, and it was on the 4th of July. It was the morning of the 4th, and I was helping him to set up MyFitnessPal app and like track his food, his calories and stuff, because he does pretty good with the working out and stuff. And he asked me, he's like, "Can you help me just like get this dialed in?" It's like, yeah, I can do that. So that he invited me up to the house, and I was already kind of hesitant to do it because I was like, there are other people that live here, and I just felt like it was an invasion of space. And so I went up there, and we just stayed in that front room, and I helped him out with that, and got him all set up with that. And then Oh, he asked me if I wanted lunch, and he grilled chicken and carrots. And then that's all he had. And I was like, okay. So we ate, and then I left. And then there was another day about, I can give you the date-ish. Let me look at a calendar. I think it was the weekend after my birthday.
Just a thing on the courtesy for the phone for, what was that guy's name, Don?
This gentleman,
Oh.
Thornton PD. I just met him today.
Oh,
Do you want to do the phone?
I forgot about that.
For TPD.
It's not for them. They're doing it for us.
Yes.
We don't have the equipment with us to do it, and I asked them to do it for us. They're not involved in this investigation. He would just be a computer person. He would not be looking at any of this stuff. That would fall to myself. So keep that in mind. He's not involved in this investigation. Thornton PD has nothing to do with this, other than letting us use their facility and helping us with some electronic download. He's not going to look at your phone right now. He's going to put it on a disc and they're going to give it to me.
Gotcha. I don't know. What do you think? I really want to help you guys. I do. I feel like this whole thing is just going to be crazy regardless of whether I give you my phone or not. I mean, that's kind of how I look at it. Like, it's happening. It's going to happen.
Well, the text
Media's just
reiterate what you've been saying all along, so it's not like.
Well, they do. That's the other thing, too. I mean, that's kind of a good backup. Yeah, I'll give it to them.
I think you hit the nail right on the head. There's reasons why we want everything. It validates things that we know. I'm not going to come out and tell you that if you tell me something today, we'll validate it with your text messages, whether it's the ones we have now or the ones you're going to give us.
I'll give
Certainly.
it to him. If you want to go get him.
I want you to read this, is what I want you to do before you decide that, okay?
So the second time I went to that house, I'm not sure what day it was, but it was the weekend of the 14th.
Of August?
July. I don't know if it was the 14th or the 15th. One of those 2 days. But we had went out and we stopped there just real quick on the way back. And we were there not very long. But that time I saw a picture of his wife and one of his kids. And I remember thinking to myself, like, wow, she's so beautiful. And I took a step back and I was just like, this man has a gorgeous house. He has beautiful babies. He has a beautiful wife. He has an awesome job. Like, why would he want to leave this? And I remember talking to him about it. And that was the first time that I tried to actually say, what do you think about not separating from your wife? Like, what if you really try to work on this? And he had expressed to me that we've tried to work on this and it's not working. So that is why we're separating. And I spent some time, like, just, kind of, because it almost made me feel bad, where I was, like, to the point where I'm engaging in a relationship with a man who, the way he described it, is in a contractual agreement, but was not in, like, an emotional relationship with somebody. And for me, the way I would have preferred to do this is to have waited till that contractual agreement was also done, and he was done, and he could have approached me and said, I'm just had a divorce, maybe we could take this slow, what do you think? But instead it was, oh, we're separated and we're working on a divorce. And that is the part that I feel bad about, because I should have waited on that and I didn't. And I was just like, well, they're already there. So, but then being in that house, I was just like, why? Fix this. Find a way to fix this. Make it work, And I was like trying to push him to do it. And he seemed pretty reluctant to do it. He didn't want to. And I don't know. We were still seeing each other fairly frequently, but I kind of backed away so we weren't hanging out quite as much. And we were still close, but it was just, I really wanted him to try. I wanted to know that he tried and it didn't work, and then he moved on, not that, they both kind of tried and then he got himself into a situation with somebody else. And I don't know. I just thought he had a beautiful life going on and he could have made it work. That was the way I looked at it from the outside.
So is this something you reflected on since this event, or was this you?
No, I was doing it then. Like you
said,
see
this doesn't look right. He's kind of, I don't want to be responsible for breaking up a marriage, especially with 2 children. Is that kind of the gist I'm getting here?
I didn't think it didn't look right. I mean, I think he was legitimately sleeping in the basement, and I didn't think that these 2 were, I mean, I think it was like, hey, we're both stuck in this house for now. We got to sell this. In the meantime, you live here, I live here. We sleep in different rooms, take care of the kids. That's just like kind of how I took that. And no, I didn't think it didn't look right. I just thought it just seemed like he had so much going on and it was just beautiful that I was like, why don't you just try this out, you know, and see if you can fix it. And he'd always be like, well, what about us? What about us? I'm like, don't worry about us. Like, that is more important. Like, try to see if you can like salvage whatever it is that you have going on with your wife. And you know, I always got the impression that he was a great father to his kids, like always. And so, you know, and I was like, and be the dad that you want to be. I was like, and see if you can make it work. And he just, like, we kind of talked about it off and on for like a few weeks. And I was just kind of like, I don't know. Like, I think I was kind of like cold feeting about it after I went over his house. And so this was like pretty early on. And then he told me that, he went to North Carolina, and he was like, I'm going to talk to her when I'm in North Carolina and see if I can get her to do this, to like try to like rekindle the flame.
Okay, so try to salvage his relationship as you've been asking him.
Yes, and then if he
when
decided,
did you go to North Carolina?
I think it was like the last week of July, somewhere around there.
Okay.
So I mean, this was like a couple weeks that I was just kind of like trying to push him to do that.
Let's pause at North Carolina, and we'll come back to that real quick. I want you to read this. If you don't understand what it means, then ask me the question. But basically what it says is you have the right not to let me look at your phone. I'm asking to look at your phone for the purposes we previously discussed, for the text messages and your phone log, and unfortunately the photos that are attached therein too. That information is only relative to this investigation. I'm not looking at anything else except for the conversations between you and Chris Watts and the phone data between you and Chris Watts for phone calls, for times and dates for those phone calls. And then the content of the text messages that are there. And we'll write that specifically down here. Understand that.
I don't want anybody to get some of those texts. Like, they have nothing to do with this case, and they're just like,
between you and Chris?
Yes, they're just.
So just tell me what
they're just kind of raunchy.
Okay,
like, I don't need anybody.
Everybody's an adult.
Posted like
we're not going to
somewhere. I don't want the newspapers to get that. That's all I want.
The only ones that we would be looking for, again, is the same kind of questions we're getting to here, is things about his children, things about his wife, the questioning of, did he ever, has he ever said something to you that might indicate, maybe not then, but now, that there was something like this in his mind, or you know what we're looking for. I don't need to come out and tell you that. I understand the embarrassment of particular photos or potential sexual types of conversations you may have had with Chris. It's not relative to the investigation. We don't care. Okay. You're an adult. I'm an adult. Everybody in this room is, even your dad. And I give it to you for saying that stuff in front of your dad, because I'm not sure many women could do that. So that's not what we're after. We're after the information that corroborates things that you've told us, and also that corroborates or may tend to prove that things that Chris told us were a lie. You understand that? Mm-hmm. And that's maybe going a little bit far. I usually won't tell people that, but because of your reservations, that's what I'm looking for. If I can disprove something he's told me by a phone records don't lie. People do. Okay? So if I can disprove something that may be important, that's what I need it for. I'm not saying I can. Has it happened before? Absolutely. Is it critical in cases that I've worked in the past? Yes. So that's why I want it. Okay? Again, you don't have to give it to me. You can tell me, I don't want you to have it. Go get a warrant. I'm not even going to tell you if I go get a warrant, try to get a warrant right now. I'm just asking for you to consent. And again, we can write right here what you're willing to give me, which is the text messages and the phone log. And unfortunately, again, the attachments on some of those text messages, and I'll write it on there, and then you'll just sign it. Okay. Do you understand the questions there? Do you have questions about any of the things that it says? You understand you don't have to do this. You're doing it of your own free will. And I know you're tired, so if you want to let your dad read it too,
He will. Thank you.
that's a good idea.
Can you fill it out before I sign it?
Yep. And just you read it. If you have any questions, then we'll put on there what we're after.
I'm so hungry.
You should have told me. I would have got you some food. I got food in my car.
It's not staying down. It's just coming.
She hadn't been feeling good, not because of any, just
Like I got sick prior to this
Jim.
whole thing happening, and then I think all of this compounding with the fact that I'm sick, it's just not good. I've not really been eating or sleeping much at all.
yeah. I'm with you. We definitely need to accelerate the case because the more it takes, the less sure that they are of situations. But on the other end, I think if you do just that only,
You tell me what you're willing to provide
is that,
to me, and
is
we'll
that
write
good
it in.
enough?
I just want like our text conversation and then I guess our phone call records.
So I'm going to put.
So the time and date of the phone call records and then our text message.
Could we get photos of him?
Huh?
Could we get photos of him?
Off of
Would you
that?
mind if we got his photos that he sent to you?
Oh, well, they'll be in that text message thing.
So all his photos were sent. There was no apps or anything else you
No,
that you
no,
guys
no,
were
no,
sending.
no,
It was
no.
all just text messages.
Yeah,
Okay. So it'd be an attachment to a text that he sent you.
pretty much.
But
Everything is in the text and the phone call records,
so
like all of it.
because we don't have it on tape, we discussed prior to turning the tape on Tuesday, which would have been the 14th of August. You had read some newspaper articles on the 13th and the 14th that regarded this case. You had also had a conversation with Chris at some point during the day on Monday. And on Tuesday, because of what you found, specifically what you said was, and I don't let me put words in your mouth, but you found out that his wife was pregnant.
And yes.
And you did not know that prior. No. And you found that out via the newspaper articles, and that caused you concern.
Well, I just realized that he was lying to me, and I was like, well, if you can lie to me about this, what else are you lying to me about? And it made me realize that maybe his wife was in danger at that point, and it was day two, and she still wasn't home.
What did that cause you to do with your phone, though?
Oh, what? When I deleted those? I was just kind of grossed out by him, to be honest with you. I was just like, I don't know what's going on right now, but you just lied to me, and I don't want to see this come over my phone anymore. So I removed it.
So you already said, but you removed text messages?
I deleted all of his stuff because he lied to me. I mean, that's what it was. It was the hurt that made me delete it. And then it was the lie that made me start questioning everything else he'd been telling me for the last few days.
And that's when you decided to come forward?
Yes.
Okay. So just for context,
yes.
When people delete stuff off phones, usually we go,
No. It wasn't malicious at all. It wasn't malicious at all. He lied to me. It just hurt. Like I had never felt like he'd ever lied to me before. And it was a big lie. I mean, telling somebody that you're in the midst of a divorce and then you have a wife that has a 15-week-old baby on the way is a huge, huge thing. And I was very taken back and it was hurt. And so at that point, I deleted it. I had a few more quick things to say to him. And then I just got rid of him. That's literally what I did. I just cut him out of my life. It would have honestly been like a bad breakup kind of thing. Like if none of this other stuff would have happened, that's what it would have been. That would have been the end of it.
The information was not destroyed because there was anything in there that would be harmful to you or potentially to Chris at this point, but harmful to you in particular. That's not what you did.
No,
You did it
no.
out of, excuse my language, this guy's an asshole, so I'm getting rid of him, and I'm getting this stuff off my phone.
That was like me kicking him out of my life.
Okay.
And then, like I said, and then realizing that he lied, that was when I was like, okay, maybe his family is in danger and they're not coming back and they're not staying with a friend.
Yeah, when did I go over there? Tuesday morning?
Wednesday morning.
Wednesday.
I called you Wednesday morning.
That's when we started discussing. You guys need to get everything that I just.
You can understand the importance of.
Oh, no question. We were.
Like I said, people lie, phone records don't, and they really help specifically establish dates and times.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have a very good grip on that in this case already, but there may be a time when we go, we need to know something else, and then we would have it. We don't want to lose it, and that's really what it is for us. Is if we lose information that later on we go, man, I wish we would have got that, and we may never even use these. We may never even look at them, but if we have it now, then we don't worry about losing it. So I appreciate you being cooperative and giving it to us.
Yeah.
So the first thing I wrote was text messages between Chris Watts and attachments. Okay, so because we're talking about the photographs, unfortunately, that cause you much disdain. And then I am going to put a phone log for calls between yourself and Chris Watts. Your phone number is 720
656 9605.
And this right now is located we're at the Thornton Police Department. It's going to be moved to so this is kind of, doesn't make sense, but we're here. It's going to be moved to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. He's going to download it here, but I'm going to take it with me, just so you know. It's not staying here.
Okay.
They're not going to retain any of this. This comes with me.
Okay.
Okay?
Is there anything else you want on there? I think that's about.
That's it. I mean, I don't have social media. I don't really have anything else you guys can poll.
Okay. Is there anything else you know of that could help us with this that is not on this sheet?
As far as like data,
that's on your phone?
No. I mean, everything we did was like text and talk pretty much. I mean, and like I said, any pictures that I had, like even if you were to restore all my regular photos, there's so many pictures in there and you wouldn't even know which ones were for him and which ones weren't. But any picture that I wanted to send to him, I sent via text. So if you guys go through the text and the attachments, you will have everything that wasn't said verbally and was done via text. But I think that's it. Like I don't have anything else. As far as like no Facebook, no Instagram, no Twitter, no LinkedIn, like none of it. So there was never any of that kind of correspondence. So I think that should probably cover everything you guys will need.
Is there any particular messages that would help me so I don't have to look at? Because whatever's on your phone, I don't know how long we're going to get back to, but let's say is there a particular date or time or message that stands out to you that would be relative to specifically to the investigation into this case that might assist me in understanding why something like this could have occurred?
I'm still in shock that this whole thing happened. That's why I gave him the benefit of the doubt for the first day, because I was just like, no way. Like, I didn't even think about that. I mean, murder was not on the top of my mind when somebody doesn't come home for an evening, especially if they just like had some sort of like heated conversation. It's like, okay, you guys are separating, you have a heated conversation, you leave for a night. Like, I didn't even think this guy killed his wife. I mean, that like murder is on something on the top of my mind when I call one of my friends for 3 or 4 hours and she doesn't answer the phone. Like, that doesn't even process to me as like a real thing that is a possibility at that point. And so that's why I gave it a day. And then the second day I was talking to him, he was just like a hot mess, I could tell. And then with like the way he was talking to me, and then that's kind of when I cut him off and I stopped talking to him. And then,
So remember what you just said, and we're going to get to that because that's probably a very important
yeah.
conversation.
So if you want to know
So,
days, I would probably honestly just start at like Sunday and work your way forward. I mean, all the rest of that stuff, it's just like the small talk of like, hey, this, you know? I mean,
And your relationship building through the.
yeah, I mean, like, and if you go like maybe like a week further back, like there's times like I was trying to help him find an apartment, like just for him, not for me, but for him and his kids, to get set up. And like there's times where I'm like, well, where's your wife moving to? Like, how close is she going to be to you? You should be within like 30 minutes of your kids, so they're close, and like you want to be close to their school and close to your gym, and like what's your price range? Like I was helping him get all of this stuff set up, and it was like in a very decent manner. And I don't know if all of that is in text. Some of it's probably on the phone. Like at this point, I've talked to him so much that I don't even know which parts are like verbalized and which parts are texted at this point, but we can figure it out.
Okay. So you see what I wrote? Text messages between Chris Watts and attachments, and then the phone logs for calls between your phone number and Chris Watts. Those are the two things that we'll ask to be extracted from your phone. So if you're okay with that.
Why does that say items removed? Cell phone data. Isn't that this?
That is that, and that's what he's going to remove, and then that officer is going to fill that out.
Gotcha. What is the date? I don't even know what
Today is the 16th.
You want to add anything to this?
If you give me your phone, we'll get him started.
We want to give you everything, but we also want to be protected in doing so. It's more of the was more of the thing. It's just.
And when he's done, we'll give you.
Is there a password or anything? Like, will it lock up after a period of time?
Yeah.
That's his notes. And.
Make sure there's nothing written on the back.
There's not. I checked before I ripped it off. Okay.
Let's go back to North Carolina.
Okay.
He went to North Carolina and he was trying to rehab his marriage with his wife.
He said.
Do you know her name at this point?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay saying her name?
It's Shanann.
All right. And do you know the children's name?
Yes, it's Bella and Celeste.
Okay.
Cece.
She went by. They called her Cece.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So he went to. Were they in North Carolina?
They were already there.
If you want something.
I don't know if my stomach would do that. Yeah, they were already out there. He just flew out there to go meet up.
Do you know why they were there?
They're all from there.
Okay, so they were.
They were visiting her family for the most part until he got there, and then they still were mostly visiting her family.
Okay. And do you know how long they had been there?
A while, like weeks.
All right. And he flew out to join his family there.
Yep.
Do you know?
I forget now the ages. She wasn't that much younger, was she? Sorry, guys. Like I said, I have not looked into this case in years. Like what, 4 or 5? Like, well, I probably 3. I don't know, but yeah, it's been years, so I forget some little small details. How old? Do you remember? 3 years? Okay, I was gonna say I don't think it was that much younger. 3 years, yeah. Okay. Sounds like a teen with reactions. Maybe her dad around. Yeah, I wonder if she was like maybe she was spoiled by her dad. It does seem like her and her dad are really close.
Specifically where he flew to?
What, airport?
No. What city?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay.
I'm sure if I thought real hard, maybe I could think about it, but I mean, come up with it. No, I don't know.
All right. So he goes there. You said it was like the last week of July?
I think so. I think it was like one of the last days of July. I'm almost positive. I think it was a weekday.
Okay.
Yeah, I flew out there and I thought I had like convinced him to like try to make peace with her. And I was like, if you guys work on this, like, I'm out. Because what's the point? Like, I'm not trying to be with somebody that's in another relationship, which I know that sounds silly. The whole relationship that we had in the first place, but I really was under the impression that they were separating. I mean, it was like reiterated to me so many times that that's what I thought it was. And it made sense to me too, because like he could pretty much call me whenever he wanted. Like I was the one that would tell him like, hey, when your kids are awake, you need to spend time with your kids. Like do that. And then after they go to bed, like if you want to talk to me, you can talk to me. But it was never like this super, super restricted thing. Like sometimes like right after work, if I was like still talking to him, I'd get kind of bummed out. And I tell him just like, oh, it's frustrating sometimes like having to like wait. But at the same time, I was never like, this is horrible, or, it was always like, I understood why. But then once his kids were asleep, he never like had any, it was like he could do what he wanted. Do you know what I'm saying? Like He was in his basement and she's upstairs and they're not speaking. So it kind of made sense. It wasn't like
and you guys are just texting and
or talking or whatever, I mean, and it was like I said, it was at certain times, but that time, and originally it wasn't, but it was me that put that time frame on there because I thought he should hang out with his kids.
Those 2 times you were at his house, did you see any evidence of that? Him living in the basement? Did he ever show you that area?
I've seen it. Yeah, I went down there and saw his little workout equipment. And there's a bed down there all set up in the basement. It was all clean and organized and stuff. So, like a decent bed set up. So it made sense to me. Like, hey, this is what's happening down here. So I saw it.
Even though his family was in North Carolina for multiple weeks, it appeared that he was still living in the basement.
Mm-hmm. Well, and he told me sometimes he would like go upstairs and sleep if like he was home alone, because I know she'd like go on business trips and stuff. But he's like, I don't like that bed anyway, so he didn't really like sleep up there. I was like, okay. Even when it was just him. So that was the impression that I got. I know what you're talking about. North Carolina.
Go back to North
So North Carolina. So he still made very frequent communication with me when he was out there. And at one point he told me that they sat down and they talked about it. And he told her that he wanted to either fix things or like to try to fix things. And if she didn't want to fix them, then they needed to like move forward with the separation and like actually file for a divorce at this point was the impression that I got from this, and was what he told me. And so, he said that she was like pretty receptive to just not trying. He was like, she seemed like she just wants me to go. He's like, when she has her mind made up, she has her mind made up, and that's what she wants. And he's like, she doesn't want to try anymore. And he's like, and neither do I really. And he was like, it's done. And he's like, and then the next day, I don't even know what days these were. Sometime when he was out there, he told me, we're putting the house up for sale as soon as we get back. And I was like, well, that was quick. And he was like, it's her. She's ready to go. And I was like, okay. And so I left it at that. And then he got back and I started asking him, like, what are you going to do? Because the Colorado housing market is fire and you guys are going to sell this house like real fast. And I'm like, you need to start looking for a new place to live. And I'm like, where do you want to live? And I was really trying to help him out. I'm like, do you want to get a house? Do you want 3 bedrooms? So you have one and each of your girls have one. I'm like, do you want to, like do an apartment? Like, what do you want? Where do you want to live? Because he's in Frederick, but that whole area over there is just like a bunch of small towns and you can kind of just pick and choose. Everything's kind of, and so he told me, well, I like Brighton. And I was like, okay. And then he told me he wanted a 2-bedroom apartment and he said he wanted 1 room for him and the other room for his 2 girls. And I thought it was kind of cute. Like, I remember telling him, I was like, yeah, me and my sister had bunk beds, like at my dad's house. And I was like, when we were little girls, and me and my sister were the same age apart as him and as his 2 daughters, So I told him, I was like, they're going to love it. I was like, they might be like stuck in one room together. I was like, but they'll become like best buddies. And it was really exciting. Like, I liked helping him and I just wanted him to like, I don't know. This is what he told me he wanted. So I was like, well, I will help you do the research. But another thing that I really took care of was to be like, where is she moving to? I was never like, you know what, screw your wife, try to get full custody. None of that bullshit. It was always just like, I'd ask him, I'm like, well, what kind of custody are you guys going to have? Because he at work, they're about to switch his schedule. So right now he's like a Monday through Friday. and they're about to switch these guys to 8 days on, 6 days off.
That's tough.
That's awesome. And I was asking him, I was like, are you going to have your kids like on that set of days off? I was like, because that would work perfect. Like 1 week on, 1 week off. And I was just like, we just talk about it. And I'm like, what is your plan? And he's like, we haven't figured out exactly what we're going to do about the kids yet. But he told me, he's like, Colorado's a 50-50 state and she's okay with everything 50-50. Like he said that she was like on board with this because she wanted it too. Like she was checked out of this relationship. So that was like how he made this sound, that it was like a very like kosher, we're done kind of thing.
Did you ever give him like books or articles or anything to read about saving your marriage? Did you ever provide anything to him like that?
About saving his marriage?
Yeah, like how to recover a marriage or how to save your marriage. Or, there's all sorts of publications and books out there.
No, but I did tell him, and I don't know if I did this through text or phone. That will be something you guys will, I'm sure, figure out. But I told him a few times, like, I think that you should take the time to read some articles about what separation does to kids. And I told him, I said, when my parents separated, we were literally like 3 and 5. We were almost the exact same age as these little girls. And I told him, I said, I was so young when it happened that it didn't really have like a big negative effect on me because I was so small that I didn't really process it too well. I was like, but I do have cousins that their parents got divorced when they were like 10, 11. And I think that it hit them a little harder, and he's like, oh, they'll be fine. And I told him, I was like, even though they're small, and you think that they'll be fine, I was like, I think you guys should just read about it just so that you guys are prepared in case, one of these two starts having a hard time with the fact that you guys aren't in the same house anymore, and I would tell him, I was like, there's pros and cons to it. Like, cause he was like getting ready to do it. And it would be like, it's kind of cool having 2 Christmases and, like your parents get to go, be happy doing whatever it is they want to do with their lives. And they don't have to be in a situation that's probably not good for the kids because it's not good for those two, but at the same time, it was like, just read. Like, that's what I always used to tell him. I'd always tell him to like, I tell people to read about everything. Reading is so good for you.
So he is telling you that, yeah, I am the guy trying to save the marriage and she doesn't want it.
That's what he told me. So, and then he was like, she doesn't want it, so I'm not going to do it. And then it was like, we're filing for divorce, we're selling the house. And this was like all as soon as they were coming back from North Carolina, like boom, 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 boom.
Did you recall when he gets back from North Carolina?
No, I don't even know how long he was out there. I know it was like less than 2 weeks and more than 1.
Okay.
I don't remember.
So he comes back early August. Would that be fair?
Oh yeah, it was definitely like in the first 2 weeks somewhere.
All right.
Probably the second week of August at some point in that. I don't remember when.
Does his wife come back with him at that time? Or
yeah, they all came back.
They all come back at the same time.
They all came back. And then, so he continues to just, tell me that this is like what he wants. And so I took the time, and you will see that in the text too, where I I found this apartment. It was perfect. It was so cute. I was like, it's in your price range. It's like 6 miles from the gym. It's 23 miles from work. I'm like, it's super close to Frederick. It's going to be by your kid's school. Like, this is the spot, and I told him, I was like, I'll keep looking for more places. And he's like, well, there's some that I want to go see too. And he actually had me thinking that he was going to go look at these places this week. Before all this.
So this is fairly recent then.
This just happened, like in the last.
He's going to go look at apartments.
He wanted me to go with him.
When you say this week, are you saying
like this?
Monday was the 13th.
Like this week.
Okay.
Yeah. So I told him, I was like, we'll pick out a few spots, and if you want me to come with you, I'll go look at them. But you
You said earlier that he had never, or that the apartment wasn't for you and him. It was just for him and his children.
Oh yes.
It wasn't. You had no intentions of moving in with him.
No, I have my own spot. I still have a lease there till July, and even then, like, he never asked me to move in with him,
okay.
And I never tried to move in with him. I mean, I told him. I really try to take everything with this whole situation very slow. The only part that I screwed up on was the fact that he wasn't completely separated from her when him and I decided to spend time with each other. That is where I screwed up. But other than that, everything else, it was always like, you build your life, I'm going to build my life. We will intertwine them. but I am not ready to like do this. And he respected that. And I even said that, and I don't know, that might be in the text, but said that too, where it's like, Chris, like, you need space. Like, you're just getting out of a divorce. Like, personally, I think jumping into a new relationship is a little quick. It's like, I was in a relationship earlier this year, and I think this is also a little quick. And I'm like, so why don't we take our time? And I'm like, if you guys end up doing a week on, a week off with your kids, and like the week you have your kids, be with your children. And the week that you don't, I'm like, I don't even want to see you every day. I'm like, I think we should spend like a few days of that together. I'm like, because I like my space, and I think you need your space. I think you need your space to like develop your identity again and like get it back, because I think he's just been like so wrapped up in this whole thing that he's got in his own life and his life that he doesn't remember probably what it's like to like be single or have time where it's like just him. Sure. And so I was just like, like embrace that. I think it's a beautiful thing. And I really try to like take it smart with all that. And it was the same thing with his kids. I was just like, like, and we talk about things every once in a while where I'd be like, hey, if I ever meet, cause like I have a lot of house plants. That's a good example. So I have a lot of house plants, and I told him, I was like, one day, if I ever meet your kids, I was like, I'm going to show these girls how to like paint pottery and plants. I was like, I think they would love to see something grow that they built. I think it would be really, really cute. And like little stuff like that, but it wasn't very frequent. It wasn't, hey, we should get married, and hey, we should have babies, and hey, I want to live with you, and hey, I need to meet your children now, and let's cut the mom out. It was never like that.
There was never.
That was the quote that I was waiting for. Yes, it was. It was all of that stuff. Everything she said it was. Marriage, wedding dresses. Hey, we should get married. You're looking at wedding dresses. Hey, we should have kids. Said you don't want to have Chris Watts' son. Hey, what was the other one? Oh, cut the wife out. Yeah, you said he had to choose. Like, you had to get rid of the wife. Now, I'm not saying for sure that she meant kill, but she told him, you have to choose. Like, you can't be seeing both of us. So, yeah, hey, cut the wife out. Yeah, she did. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. It's like she's one of those liars that feels the need to tell her lies. Like, to say what she does, but say that it's not, instead of just like not saying that. You know what I'm saying? Like, she has to point out all this stuff. I guess, of course, if you're saying it, you are lying. Yeah, that's what it is. But it's just like why does she even need to say that? I mean, she's trying to underplay the relationship. I get that. But I mean, who cares? Like, who? I don't know. It just makes her look bad. But of course, I mean, she didn't get an investigation on her, so she sold the cops, They let her, I mean, they I don't know if I guess they believed her, but I'm thinking maybe because they looked into stuff and couldn't find anything, like any hard evidence to connect her. There was that ping, which we are going to get to that. I've done like a few videos on that. So that's just in the reason that's not enough to convince me. Like, I just hope there's something else. I hope there needs to be something else. I mean, if there's not, there's not going to be anything. I mean, if they don't find some kind of piece of evidence, they won't bring charges. They need to find something. It can't just be like that ping, because that ping is explainable. Her route to work, she could ping there going to work. So the thing that I don't understand is because she didn't clock in. So where's her time card? Like, I feel like now it's too late, but don't they have surveillance at her work? Did they check their surveillance at her work that she got there at the time, didn't leave? Wait, I'm trying to think now. Remember, it's been like years since I did it. What did they say something about their surveillance at work? Did they check? Hold on. Does anybody remember? But I know that she didn't clock in. She clocked out. But there had to be people at work they should have interviewed to be like, what time did she get there or whatever. Yeah. Now I forget, though. Did they check the cameras? I forget what they said about the cameras. Forgive me, guys. I used to be an expert on this, but like I said, it's been a while. I don't think they checked, right? I think that's what it was. But because why am I kind of remembering something where they have her leaving? Or is that no, that was, I think that's another case. Yeah, I'm thinking of, I think I'm mixing up with that Delphi with her. Yeah, I don't think they checked. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. Oh no, I know only a clock out. And that made me so mad because that would be like if they would just interview the workers, check the cameras and see, because that would have been, I mean, it's still, even if she did get in at a certain time, it could still be like on time and after the murder. So it still could say, still could look like, oh, we don't know. But if she got in like at a time where it's like abnormal, or you know what I'm saying, or the ping, but I guess she could have still like went to breakfast or whatever. But like, let's say the ping, we're going to go over phone records and we'll look at the time of the ping. And then let's say she didn't get there till like 4 hours, like way later. It's like, wait, she was going through Frederick. So if it is just her pinging going to work, she would be there at this time, but we don't have nothing to go by because she didn't clock in. That's another weird thing. You're not going to clock in on the day of the murder. So that's, that's two things that are, that go on the side of, okay, she might be involved. Now the ping in Frederick could be where they met up for their rendezvous. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that word because that's what Chris used. But like, it could be like where they met up. Yeah, it could be. I wish Chris would just say where it was, because maybe there's some kind of something there. Tell us where you met up. Maybe somebody saw you, or maybe there's something that could be some kind of evidence of you guys being there, or say, I don't know, like hard evidence, but like everything would be like gone by now. But like, if he could say like, who met him at the survey? She said she'll have somebody pick it up. Was it her? Was it her and Jim? You know what I'm saying? Like, who was it? Yeah, I mean, like, what's he afraid of right now? Here's the thing. He's like all talking about like being, saved. He's with Jesus. He's doing the right thing. Now he's all like righteous guy. He's a good guy now. Well, no, you're not, because you haven't came clean in what happened. So for your family, you haven't even told the truth. You've gave us a mix of 4 different stories that are all mixed up and they're different from the next. So how is that coming clean? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're in jail, you're in prison for the rest of your life. You're trying to like preach the word and say, okay, you came clean, forgive me, God. Well, how is he supposed to forgive you when you're not being honest about what happened? You know what I'm saying? Even if it was all him, we've got 4 different stories of how it happened now. So if it is all him, now you're saying NK was there. If it wasn't all him, you're not giving us the full story of what NK did. That's not right, Yeah, I mean, how do you get forgiven if you can't be honest about what you did? And I know like some people could say, well, it's between him and God, but not really, because that's shenanigans. That's another life that I feel like make that right. So there's some justice for what happened. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Yeah, it's not right. The prison one? Yeah, so that's what I'm more prone to too. But there's just still always been weird things about NK, like why'd she delete it? So there's something that she's hiding. And like, I never believed like she was there either, but there's something, and it makes me want to like, what is it? What is it? What was she there? Like, did he tell her and she knew about it? Maybe that's it. Maybe that's what she hid on her text. Maybe he did tell her, confided in her, and she gave him some ideas. Maybe that's it right there. Maybe she didn't take part in it, but she's like, yeah, okay, this is what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it wasn't her idea. He just did it. And she might have even been like, what the heck? Okay, why'd you do that, Chris? Okay, well, we got to think, like, this is what you have to do. Like, there's some reason she hid her text. And it's not because of the sexting. I'm sorry. She doesn't seem like she's embarrassed about that. She doesn't seem like the type that, like, oh my God, like, it's worth, like, me looking guilty or deleting all my texts than me just, like, coming clean. There's something that she's hiding in those texts. And I think it's because she did know about it. That's what I do feel like there's a good chance that he did tell her at the very least, which is wrong. That's a crime, because that means he would have told her. She didn't come forth and clean about it. That's what would that charge be? And that wouldn't be would that be accomplice? No. What, I forget what they call that charge. Accomplice after no. There's something, and the evidence. What is that called? Tampering with evidence, or because the evidence of what happened, she freaking got rid of. They could have still charged her with that, right? Even if, because they can't get the evidence, they can't get the text. They could have still charged her with something, I think. But no, I don't think she was there either. I still don't think she was physically there, but I do think there's a chance he told her. Oh, there's like a photo collage coming up on my phone. Yeah, I do think there's a chance. Yeah. Obstruction after the fact. Thank you. How much more time? Wow. This is so long, because after this, I read the transcripts of the rest of the interview that cuts off. Yeah. So I just can't believe they couldn't get those deleted texts. Look how they're able to get stuff with all these cases, and they couldn't do that. That kind of makes me mad. Like, I feel like they didn't try hard enough, because they were like, oh, she's not involved, or they just didn't want to pursue her, investigate her. So they didn't do everything they could have to get them. And I know iPhones are harder to get things because of the privacy stuff or whatever. Like, it's harder to get stuff when you have an iPhone for, like, when you try to get files or, like, get stuff for, like, legal stuff. Supposedly, they say it's much easier if she would have had an Android. But I mean, I think they could have, if they were wanting to pursue her and they thought she was involved and they were investigating her. I think they would have been able to get some kind of program, and I think they would have been able to get it. Do you guys think that? I really do. I think they just didn't try. They just didn't go that extra step. Because now that we see, like, what they could do with phones and stuff, I don't know. I could be wrong. But
any conversation about, we can't do this with her around. We can't do this with the kids around. No. He never said that. You never said that.
No.
So the way you guys are trying to make this work was just, slowly trying to come together because of his current situation, and by your own account, mine.
I mean,
you're just a independent person. It sounds like, pretty much.
Yeah.
And but through text message or through conversation, he never said, hey, this isn't going to be financially able. I'm not going to be financially able to do this, or this isn't a good thing. I got these kids. None of those conversations ever came up.
No, I mean, he told me, like, he had a budget restriction. So for his apartment, and I'm pretty sure this is in the text, and this will probably be in the last couple of weeks, he told me $1,100 to $1,400 when I was asking him, like, because I told him I'd help him do homework. I was like, you do some homework, I'll do some homework. We'll knock this out, because if you guys are for real putting the house up, you got to figure it out. And so that was his budget. And I remember asking him, I was like, you sure you don't want to just get, like, a house? And he's like, I never thought about a house. I'm like, yeah, you can rent houses, man. Like, it's a thing. And he's just like, I don't know if I can afford that. I was like, okay. And I knew that those two had been through some financial trouble. I definitely found out a lot more about that situation in the newspaper recently.
Okay, so prior to the newspaper, how did you know he was in financial difficulty?
Because when I went to that house, everything in there is very, 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 very nice. It looks like it all comes with a very expensive price tag. And I didn't say anything to him about it, but I could kind of tell then where I was like just looking at everything like, how do you guys afford this? And then he has that car. I don't even know how much that car costs, but I bet it's
what car is
that Lexus. I'm sure that thing costs like 80 grand, but just like money, like everything just looked like it costs a lot of money in that house.
You probably have a decent idea of how much money he makes.
Yeah, and it's not enough money to pay for all that, not even close.
Did you have any idea what Shanann did for a living or how much money she might have made?
I mean, I had an idea. I would consider her like a sales rep. I don't know how else to describe that. For the company that she worked for. And I don't know exactly how much she made. He said that she was really competitive and she liked to try to keep up with him. He's like, she gets close sometimes. So I don't know how much those two brought in. I mean, off the top of my head, if I could guess, probably somewhere around like 140K a year. I mean, I don't know because I don't know exactly how much he makes and I don't know exactly how much she makes, but based just off of like what I know about the oil field, like, yeah, I would say that's probably an accurate estimate.
So even if they're making, let's just use the figure $100,000, they're living above their means or below their
Oh my God, like
way too much.
Way
Did he ever
too.
discuss with you any of those issues?
I mean, a little. I mean, I didn't know about the bankruptcy or any of that till I read on the newspaper about that. But I think he was really frustrated with the situation. He told me, he's like, I feel like my paycheck goes in my bank account and I just watch it go like this. He's like, but it doesn't have to. He's like, she makes it like that. And I was just
was he resentful for that?
I don't know if he was resentful. I just think he was frustrated by the fact that they could be doing a lot better financially. And she, from the vibe that I got, had really bad spending habits.
So she was a spender. The car, hers or his?
I think it's hers.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that that's hers.
Do you know what other car they might have?
Well, I mean, his APC pickup truck.
And that's
it, I think.
That's owned by Anadarko, though, right?
Yeah. But so I don't think they own any other vehicles as far as I know. I think it's just that thing.
And Anadarko doesn't allow him to drive that on his own personal time, right?
No.
So he's just got one vehicle.
Yep.
And it's a very expensive Lexus. And then they live in a pretty expensive house.
It's a huge house.
Yeah.
I was very taken back when I saw it. I was just like, whoa. How
and then
you
the
guys
fixtures inside caused you to pause.
Everything was just like.
And then you mentioned today you read something about bankruptcy.
Yep.
What did you read?
That those guys filed bankruptcy for a lot of money in.
Who are those guys?
To that couple.
Okay.
In 2015. Oh, Shanann and Chris filed bankruptcy in 2015.
Okay. And you said for a lot of money. Do you recall the amount?
No, because it was different in each of the newspapers, and I don't know which one to believe. So hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, yeah, I didn't know that.
Let's go just back to him and the financial. He tells you he has a concern enough to at least express something to you that he's frustrated with the way she spends, or he's upset with working so hard and never having any money, and she's kind of she's the responsible party for spending most of the money.
I pretty much got that vibe. I mean, he just told me, he's like, we're house broke all the time. I was just like, that's unfortunate. And I asked him, I was like, do you have 401k? And he was like, yeah. And I mean, the reason I ask him this is because if I get into a relationship with somebody, I want to know like what kind of baggage that they have. I think that's important if I walk into a situation where I'm like, hey, I have good credit and I have all of these things that I've been building and you don't have your stuff together. Like, what are we going to do with this? And it's important for your long-term thing. So I'm preparing. And so I just asked him, I was like, well, do you have 401k? And he's like, yeah, I do have that. And then I asked him, I was like, I didn't ask him like how much debt they had or anything, but I just said, is your lifestyle sustainable? And he was like, no. And I was like, how long do you think that's going to take? He's like, I don't know, but it's not sustainable.
Where did his girls go to school?
I don't know. He never actually told me. Like when I asked him once, it was like when I was trying to find him an apartment, I was like, are you comfortable telling me where your girls go to school? That's in the text too. I was like, so I can figure out what distance from the apartment it is. I was trying to just make his life convenient with like him, his ex, his kids, and all the stuff that he needs to do and work. And he was like, don't worry about it. Their school's pretty centrally located. So anywhere in the area that we were discussing will be fine. And he just left it at that. So he didn't even tell me, which was fine. I respect that.
Daycare is obviously very expensive for a 3 and 5 year old.
Oh yeah.
Right. So
I understand.
Did you ever bring did he ever discuss that?
Never.
Okay.
Never. Like the only financial thing he ever said is just like, she just likes to spend money, like a lot of it. So that was just kind of the vibe that I got from that. And that it was a lifestyle that she liked to live, like very like materialistic kind of lifestyle.
Wanted to
Like
project
it was
a certain image.
Yes, all the time. And he said that was why they got that house too. It's like she wants everybody to think that we live a certain way and that we can like sustain all this stuff. And he's like, and we can't. And I told him, I said, when you're in those situations, why don't you, I'm like, do you like voice your concern about this? And he told me, he's like, when I try to talk to her, he's like, she's really bossy and she usually shuts me out. And he's like, when she does that, he's like, I just let it go. And I'm just like, all right. I mean, I don't try to like interfere with how those two interact. But I did ask about it because I'm just curious, because I would never put myself in a situation where someone was like, you know what, we're going to live in this house that costs like double what we can afford. And that's how it's going to be, because I want everybody to think we're fancy, because I wouldn't do that. I mean, to me, like I wouldn't put up with somebody doing that to me. And I'm not saying that that's what she was doing. I mean, for all I know, he could have been completely lying about this. He could be the one spending all the money.
Sure.
You know,
this is just what he told you.
Exactly. So, I mean, that's as far as I can interpret it. So I can't be like, well, oh, she needs to do this and she needs to do that. But he voiced his concern where it's just like, financially, I'm in a very bad spot that I don't need to be in, but I'm stuck in. And that was kind of where he was at. So, but I mean, he was never like mean when he talked about her. He was never hostile, like nothing like that. He just, I mean, very calmly, like, this is the situation. And I think the only reason that he even provided me with that information is because I asked.
Okay. You said something about her being controlling or
bossy. That's what he said. Bossy.
In like all aspects of their life, or what, do you know exactly what he meant by that? How that affected him?
I think he was just saying when he voices his opinion, it's not heard. Is the gist of that, which I thought, from what it sounded like from their separation, from them trying to separate, that was a big deal for him, where he was saying that the reason that they don't really get along anymore is because he feels like he's not heard. He says that he comes home from work and he tries to talk to her and she'll just be like, 1 minute, I'm on the phone. Or she'll like scroll through social media and she like doesn't acknowledge him. And he said that he'd addressed it with her a few times and they're calm. He said they don't really like fight. Like they don't scream and yell. And he said he'd addressed it with her a few times and he said it just fell on deaf ears. He's like, she just seems like she's not interested anymore. And I think it made him sad because, I mean, he was like all about his kids and he seemed like he was trying to be all about her, but it just wasn't reciprocated. And I think at that point he was just like, they just kind of like fell apart.
Okay.
Just kind of drifted apart. But
was that your words or his?
What, that they
fell apart?
Those are mine.
Okay.
Those are mine. He just said that they didn't communicate very well. And it wasn't in a aggressive way to communicate. It was just the fact that they didn't like communicate at all.
They
didn't talk.
And they had children and was there ever mention that he was trying to resolve or save his marriage for the children's sake? You know, a lot of people talk about that. Did he talk about that?
I mean, he told me that he believed that the only reason that those two had still been doing it as long as they've been doing it, he told me that her and him have had communication issues for about 6 years, where she just seems really like detached and uninterested in like trying to like build something with him. And he said, and I said, 6 years is a really long time for you guys to not fix that, considering they were married for what, 8? I mean, that's like the majority of their marriage. And he said, sometimes I think we just do it for the kids or something like that. I mean, it's been a long time since I had some of these conversations, so I don't know like verbatim, but it was pretty much just like,
get you to remember something.
yeah, like, but he said it wasn't just him though. He was like, I think she does that too, you know? I mean, and it was like this equal part where they are just kind of like going through the motions, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, when he told me that she was cool with like the 50% everything and just like breaking it off and being really civil about it, it kind of made sense to me, because I was like, the way he made this sound, it wasn't, oh, she's this horrible person, or, oh, I'm this horrible person. It was, her and I have drifted so far apart that it's kind of a mutual agreement that this is not going to work.
So in those 6 years, though, they had 2 children.
Yep.
And you said earlier you did not know she was pregnant until reading the newspaper.
Yep.
So that never came up in any conversation. There was no indications that was going on.
None.
He never hinted to.
Guys, I might continue. I am so tired and I feel bad because I'm not that active and I actually want to like listen and respond and have commentary. I am freaking exhausted. I don't know if you could tell, but my eyes are so heavy. I'm just like zoning out. But I really want, like, this is like my baby. This is my case. Like, you know what I'm saying? This is what started it all. So I want to be like, oh, how did that? My phone never vibrates. That was weird. So what was I saying? Yeah, so let's continue this. Maybe tomorrow. Continue the any day, marathon. I'm just tired. I'm tired. Yeah, right. I know, and I feel bad because I want to be in it, watching it with you guys, and I'm just like, yeah, you did. A lot of people did. I love seeing that people are from back then, and you're still here watching. That makes me feel really good. But yeah, so I'll get some rest, and hopefully we'll continue tomorrow, a little bit. And this could be an ongoing thing. Like I said, I got 2 more files of stuff too to start. I think I know I'm going to start. I don't know which one I'll do first, but yeah. But I do like, maybe I could do this, since this is like a case that I just need refreshed on. I could kind of do both of them. I could do this and then do the case I got 2 or something. But yeah, I'm going to get some sleep. But thanks guys. Come back probably tomorrow. I'm going to try. Hey, Nicole, how do you get your name like that? You know when people have those special characters? I never know I don't get how to do that. Am I silly? I should probably know. Like sometimes people put in chat and it'll be like, I don't even know. It'll be like a weird font or like weird designs. I have no idea, but that's because I don't know, like you could do the E and then the cross, but I don't know how to put that over top of it. Yes, I have them all. So we still could go through all those. I just found them because I couldn't remember which file I put them on, but it was in my computer the whole time. Oh, you could do that? Okay. I never knew. So if you hold on, let me try. Hold on. I got to try this. I'm gonna try. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Yeah, but wait. I have a question. Does it have to be like, how do you get it to say what you want though? Do you already have to have it copy and pasted in the font, or can you copy paste it, go backspace, and then you see what I'm saying? I'm gonna try. Hold on. I'll see. Let me copy and paste this. Copy image. Hold on, let me see. Why do I feel like it's not gonna work for me? No, it's not. It doesn't work. I don't know. Maybe you could only do it on the phone or well, at least I know how to do. I don't know how, but I know how. Like, yeah, I know like that's what you're doing. I just can't figure out. I don't personally know how to do it still, I guess. Hold on, let me see. No. All right, let me try this one. Let me try this one. Maybe this will work. Okay. Oh, thanks, Nicole. Thank you so much. And let me do, okay, fan lady again. Thanks for that $2. Cowboy RC. I don't know if that was a while ago. What time? 9:16. So it was a couple hours ago, but I don't know if you heard me when, if you're still here, but thank you again for joining. All right, here we go. I'm going to try. Did it do it in a different font? No. Hand gloves. That's what it said. It didn't do it. It didn't work, Ashley. Web aided font generator. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm going to try. It worked. It rejected it. YouTube rejected it. It worked. It was in the fonts. It was in there. Oh my gosh, it was in there, but it rejected. Oh, thanks, Stacy, for soul. Hold on. Means changing it a bit. I'll add a couple letters on top of it. It's rejecting it. It will not. Dude, YouTube is more strict on my gosh darn channel. Let me try a different font. Hold on. Wait, hold on. All right, let me try this one. Yeah, I got it. Okay, didn't reject that. Maybe because the hearts or something. Cool. All right. That's cool. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, dude. I mean, we could turn this Watts into like, I mean, I could do it along with another case for months. I mean, with all the files going over it. I just want to start out with NK, and I wish I wasn't so tired because I couldn't focus on a lot like what we just listened to that good. Because I was just like half asleep. I could sleep like with my narcolepsy. It's almost like sometimes my eyes could be kind of open and my brain sleeps. I don't know how to explain it any other better. Like I could be asleep in my brain, but not in my eyes. I don't know. I know that sounds weird, but I think it's a part of the narcolepsy thing. And then of course I could just fall asleep like that. But there's also a thing where I just like I'm like almost like half sleep, half not, where like my brain is that happens like when I'm driving, and that's why it scares me. Like when I'm driving, like I have to like hit my head or punch because it's like, you think, well, just hold your eyes open or whatever. Yeah, my eyes will be open, but my brain like shuts off. So it's like I could like slap my face up. Okay, I'm holding my eyes open and it doesn't matter. It's like something in my brain sleeps. I know that you probably think I'm weird, but I'm pretty sure it's a part of the narcolepsy, right? Does anybody else have it and know what I'm talking about? Like it's not always that your like eyes have to close. Like it's like your brain can sleep. Like no, but I should go get them. I should go get them. It's my night for them. Hold on, I'm gonna go get them. 1 second. God, I'm so sore. I got my desk put together, guys, by the way. I got him. I got him. I shouldn't have shut off the camera. I don't know why I did that. Here's my baby. I woke him up. He's a grumpster. He growled at me a little bit. He's been getting grumpy in his old age. If you like wake him up when he's sleeping, he's a Groucho Marx. He just goes a little because I woke him up when he's sleepy. Oh, I love this boy. How cute is he? Is he not the cutest little baby? He's not the cutest little baby. You're tired, huh? I woke you up in a deep sleep. Deep sleep boy. Deep sleep boy. He's a little grumpster when he's deep sleepy. He's like, don't wake me up. We're just like humans, you know? Sometimes when you wake him up and you're just like, I don't want to wake up. But he can't complain, so he just does this. Huh. Don't you? Okay. Go upstairs. Or go up there, Bubby. You're going to sleep with me. I hope he stays. All right, guys. Tomorrow, let's try to plan for tomorrow to continue. And if for some reason something comes up tomorrow and I'm not here tomorrow, you know, we'll continue the next time. And then I'll get these other files ready. Oh, I got to upload that just to upload the Rita Pangalangan interrogation, just so I have that as a pre-record because I have some of the subtitles. I got to do that. Because that will be like a final for that case. I wanted to do the pre-records for it. Anyway, he's rubbing his little back. All right, guys. Bye. Have a good one, everybody. Thanks for coming. And yeah, I hope you come back. I'll be more awake tomorrow, okay? Maybe it's good for some people that don't like my commentary. I won't talk too much, but like I want to point out stuff when, you know, she says stuff, you know, like that we need to talk about a little bit, you know. Oh, when I covered the Pangalangan one, the one with the hot car, which is crazy because Nancy Grace, there's that other hot car. I forget who it is. Sarah actually sent me that. It was like a few days ago. Nancy Grace did a video on it. It was a little girl that was in a hot car because the dad was in there playing video games. I forget how many hours. It was over 100 degrees outside. Left her out. I think it was Utah. Was it Arizona or Utah? I forget. Left her out there. Okay. The mom is a nurse. She comes home. Or is she anesthesiologist? I don't know. She works in the hospital. Medical worker. She comes home and it's like, where's because they have a couple kids and I forget what the daughter's name is, but where's she at? Oh my God. Or first of all, he like looks all around for her. I was like, oh my God, where? And he's like, oh, I left her in the car. But my point is he said the car was on, the air was on, but there's a thing. And I'm like, why didn't this come up with Pangalangan case? There's a thing, and I don't know if it's in all the cars, but after a half hour, it was a known thing that the air will turn off. It turns off after a half hour. It's just like a safety mechanism, and that's a thing. And it was a thing. He's like, oh, and he knew like it would turn off in a half hour, but he just thought he didn't want to wake her up or whatever. So I'm thinking like, well, why wasn't that brought up in that case? Because if that's a thing that the cars do, and they're saying that for this case, they know that's what happened. He did have it started. It was on, but it goes off. Then I just don't understand why they wouldn't have known for that case. You see what I'm saying? So that just got me thinking. I'm like, wait, what? So yeah, but poor baby. Playing video games. Got lost track of time. Yeah, we just covered that case. I'm talking about a different case. So Liz Bar, the Rita Pangalangan one, that I just covered. I'm gonna upload the interrogation. But the one I'm talking about now, I think is more recent. That's a different one. Okay. But what I'm saying is the one that happened more recent that I was talking about, that one, they're saying the car turned off. The other one from a few years ago, I think it was 2019, but the trial was just last year. That freaking, they didn't mention that. They just said, nope, it wasn't on. And then accused Rita and her boyfriend, Larry, they were lying and they mistaken the car wasn't on. I mean, maybe they were on meth, so maybe they were. But why? I just wonder why her defense didn't look into that a little bit with the car, unless if they did, and her car just didn't do that. But they're making it seem like it's a common thing in cars that it turns off after a half hour or something. I don't know. I was gonna watch that and do that case, look into that case that I'm talking about, the other case, not the Rita one, and then play that video with you. But now I knew this was gonna happen. I go to not having any material. Now I have too much. I don't know what to do. Like we could watch that. We could still do this Chris Watts. I have 2 more files, cases. So I don't know, guys. I'm happy though. It's good that I have a lot. But so yeah, we could always watch that one. Maybe like on an off day, we could just watch the Nancy Grace. I don't know. All right, I'm gonna go though. Bye, 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 everybody. Have a good night. Have a good Saturday.